The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. No one will dispute that the greatest mystery of all recorded time is that of the lost city Pompeii, which disappeared under layers of lava and volcanic ash 1,900 years ago. The stories of those who lived through the horrors of an erupting, life-destroying volcano have, until this dramatization, not been told. One great book by Edward Bulwer-Lytton has been written of this city of the dead, to which we have added sound and fury and facts unknown to Sir Edward, in a series of 5 mini-dramas of the people of Pompeii, their lives, hopes, dreams, and attempts to survive during those last days.
Where am I? What am I doing in the Temple of Isis?
You used to come here quite often, Oriana.
I know. But tonight I feel I'm only half awake. Why can't I remember?
Remember the past, Oriana.
Did I come here for one of our talks and fall asleep? And this bitter taste in my mouth. It is strange.
Our drama, told in 5 complete parts, based on Bulwer-Lytton's classic novel, The Last Days of Pompeii, has been especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane and stars Russell Horton. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
This week on Knots Landing, Karen's efforts to defend her daughter's school teacher from her neighbor's attacks lead her into a relationship that could destroy her marriage.
Starting this afternoon, I'm going to do whatever I can to help beat you.
I wonder if you'd say that if you didn't have those curly blue eyes.
Michelle Lee stars on Knots Landing, Thursday night at 10, 9 Central, on CBS Television.
Suppose I asked you to lunch tomorrow.
Ask.
I'm Susan Anton. It's a good feeling to sleep the night away on a perfect sleeper's bicycle. PillowSoft is the ultimate in sleep. Unique extra thick cushioning for heavenly comfort on top. Ultra firm support inside. Perfect sleeper PillowSoft. Firmness that feels good. Be a perfect sleeper. Buy a perfect sleeper. Perfect sleeper. Buy
and you know that cigarettes are a breathing hazard. Smokers, please don't add that extra offense. Give us a break for life and breath.
The year 79 A.D. Jesus Christ has been dead 40 years, put to death as a revolutionary by the very Romans who believed their rules superseded any golden rule. They worship many gods, practice many arts, and consider themselves the most civilized and sophisticated beings on earth. And many live in Pompeii on this hot summer day in August, when the streets are almost deserted.
Well, if you ask me, Marcus Rufus, I think you're mad. It is blazing hot, and you insist on remaining in the city over the weekend.
My good friend Diomed, I've told you I've something very important to take care of.
We could be sitting on my boat in the bay, enjoying whatever is left of a cool breeze this very moment.
Any weekend but this. Well, why didn't you set sail this morning yourself, alone?
Because I thought at the last minute I might convince you not to waste your weekend on a fool's errand.
Oh, I suppose I am foolish. But I cannot get that woman out of my mind.
Marcus, I'll tell you right now. That woman you say haunts you, she is not for you. The kind of people who go to the temple of Isis, who take seriously what that so-called priest tells them, calls himself an Egyptian holy man.
Diomed, that chariot is out of control.
Well, we'd better move into this doorway.
Oh, great Jove, there's a girl crossing the avenue. Doesn't she see it? You! Look out! Get out of the way, girl! The chariot!
Marcus, what are you doing?
Hold on to me, girl. Hold fast. We're going to jump. Oh, that was a close call. What's wrong with you? Didn't you hear me shouting?
You saved my life, sir.
I know I did. I almost lost mine. Now, you are supposed to look when you cross the road. Didn't you hear or see anything? Are you deaf, dumb, and blind?
No, Your Grace. Only blind. I'm sorry.
Oh. No. It's my turn to apologize. Blind. You must forgive me.
Well, usually I have no trouble getting around.
Did you see that fool? He kept right on going.
But I was confused. I couldn't tell which street the chariot was coming from.
You don't know how lucky you are, young lady. You've got to keep your eyes open.
Diomed, this young lady is blind.
Oh, it's downright disgraceful the way that Blind? Did you say blind? Oh, my dear girl, how are you able to walk the streets and find your way?
Well, this is the very first accident that has befallen me.
Now, are you sure you're all right? I'd be happy to accompany you where you're going.
Oh, it's not necessary. I've grown up in Pompeii. There isn't a corner of it. A shop, a road, a marketplace that I don't know, really.
Miraculous.
If you'll just turn me around and head me in the direction of the Temple of Isis, that's all I need.
The Temple of Isis. Isn't that where you're going, Marcus?
What takes you there, young lady?
Arbaces, the high priest. He is most inspiring.
Let me take you there. I wouldn't want you to have another near accident.
Oh, but that wouldn't be possible.
Why not?
You shouldn't be seen on the same side of the street with me. I am a slave, and free men do not walk with slaves.
Indeed. What is your name, slave?
Lydia.
And who owns you, Lydia?
The wine merchant, Calvus.
Lydia, let's be on our way. I wouldn't like being late for the sermon.
Marcus Rufus, you're not seriously going to waste an afternoon listening to that rabble-rouser?
I told you, Diomed, there's someone who goes to that temple I want to meet.
If you will excuse me, sir, that high priest has helped many. I pray he can help me.
Then what do you think he can do for you, my girl?
Give me courage.
Oh, the man's a charlatan. The only person he's ever helped is himself. The gold plate in that temple would stun you.
Lydia, this is my old and good friend Diomed. He's a businessman, a merchant. He owns a fleet of ships, and he's a very wise man. Yet even the wise can learn.
I am honored, sir.
I'd like you, in your own words, to explain to my friend why you believe in this man.
Doctors have told me that all my life I shall always be blind. Arbaces, the priest, tells me I need not always be a slave.
I say to you, throw off your shackles, all pretensions. I leave you with the thought that from Egypt came knowledge of the world, of the stars, the seasons of the earth. There is more to your destiny than to live in the shadow of Vesuvius. Attach yourself to Egypt. Wake up, Pompeii. Sin no more. Go and be merciful. Well, that didn't go down too badly. Did it, Arbaces? They liked it?
Oh, Master, you're wringing wet. You give so much of yourself.
Well, there is no other way.
It was one of the finest speeches you ever made.
That is where you're wrong. That was no speech. I speak my convictions from the heart. The multitude can tell. The slightest note of insincerity shows up right away. That is what distinguishes the ordained from the ordinary.
I shall never learn to speak from the heart as you do, Master.
Oh, of course you will, Arbaces. I'd say you have all the qualities for spiritual leadership. That is why I selected you as a novitiate.
It's a great honor, but I have much to learn.
There isn't one of us who couldn't use a little more knowledge. Oh, by the way, I didn't say your charming sister Oriana at the temple today.
She's very busy with the work among the women. Master, there's several people lining up to speak to you.
Oh, do you recognize any?
Yes.
Do they look well off? Not that I ever refuse the poor, but our ministry cannot proceed without funds.
One of them is Diomed, the merchant.
Diomed? The Diomed, the ship owner?
I believe so.
Have him step up first. And, don't dry me off too well. A man who preaches looks better wet than dry.
Yes, I came against my will, Arbaces, but my friend insisted. I am a merchant, not a gambler. But when I do bet, it's only on sure things. So only if your spells and incantations can ward off the evil eye will I make you a donation.
What do you desire?
I have 3 ships arriving from Capri in 2 days. I've been watching the skies, and those black clouds over Vesuvius are not to my liking. Now, if you could guarantee my ship safe harbor, I'll reward you.
Last winter you lost 6 ships. This past summer, you lost another 3.
How did you know that?
You want a guarantee? I'll give you a guarantee. Leave your sacks of gold in the offering room. 2 sacks for each safe journey.
Done. I'll have my slaves bring them over by nightfall.
Arbaces, show the citizen out the side door and bring in the next penitent. A young man and a young lady.
I came today because I was looking for someone.
And the young lady. Yes, you're Lydia. We have met, haven't we?
High Priest, I was very moved by your sermon.
Thank you, my dear. Arbaces, I think we can close the temple doors for the day. You, the young man, you are Marcus Rufus. And you have come because someone... Yes, you came to see someone. But they're not here. Someone in the audience?
That is quite true.
Leave an offering in the box on your way out. It's a lady you wish to meet. Leave an offering, and you will, I say, will meet her today. 10 gold pieces will do it. Good day, Marcus Rufus.
Before I go, I should tell you Lydia has no sight.
You don't have to tell Arbaces anything. He knows. How sad. Blind in so beautiful a body. The will of the gods. Has it been always so, Lydia?
Yes. I was born without sight. But the richness of your voice makes up for the fact that I cannot see you.
Marcus Rufus, you may leave us. Don't forget the offering box. This sweet child and I shall have a quiet little talk. Sit down, my dear. Here, let me lead you to this couch.
That was my introduction to Arbaces, that very strange Egyptian high priest, the most popular of the many cults and beliefs in Pompeii. I had to smile at Diomed, who, although he protested Arbaces was a fake, just the same, just in case, would send along a couple of bags of gold. Since Pompeii in 79 was so popular, there were those who preyed on its people like vultures.
Come here, you.
What do you want?
Where are you going?
Home.
Is that near here?
Is that any of your business?
Oh, a brave fellow. What's your name?
Arbaces?
That's funny kind of clothes you're wearing.
It's a tunic that a priest wears.
Are you a priest in the temple of Jupiter or Mars?
Neither. I'm a neophyte in the Egyptian temple of Isis.
An Egyptian, then. You must carry gold.
I have no gold.
Don't lie to me.
We are sworn to poverty. Would you mind if I just walked along? I don't feel like talking anymore.
I would mind. I feel like talking.
What else do you want to know?
Do you think foreigners ought to be allowed in Pompeii? Take you. Jupiter isn't good enough for you.
I never said that. Jupiter is not so much against sin, but he is supposed to make you rich.
That's the difference between you and me. You don't care, but I do. I want to be rich. I'm looking for riches every night. Hand it across.
I have no gold, I told you.
We'll have to see then, won't we?
Oh, help! Help! These murderers!
Say one more word and this knife will make it your last.
Help!
Nothing has changed much in 1900 years, has it? Cutthroats and muggers are still with us. We're standing on a street in Pompeii in the huge shadow of a volcano. The moon is bright and high. Tragedy on a grand scale is a handful of miles away. On this street, a neophyte priest fights for his life. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
The word is out. There's an outrageous new thriller just published entitled Out. It's the unbelievable story of two mob kingpins, a two-timing shyster, and a mall named Zaza, all involved in a daring plot to launder billions of mob money through a Swiss bank. The only trouble is the one man with the password to get the money out has vanished. Well, not exactly. His leg is found on the Geneva to Zurich train. For out-and-out entertainment, read Out by Pierre Ray, a Bantam book where paperbacks are sold.
This week on Knots Landing, Karen's efforts to defend her daughter's school teacher from her neighbor's attacks lead her into a relationship that could destroy her marriage.
Starting this afternoon, I'm going to do whatever I can to help beat you.
I wonder if you'd say that if you didn't have those curly blue eyes.
Michelle Lee stars on Knots Landing, Thursday night at 10, 9 Central on CBS Television.
Suppose I asked you to lunch tomorrow.
Ask.
When was the last time you made a bologna sandwich for your child's lunch? Did you know that tested against 3 other sandwich foods, bologna is the highest in cost per ounce of protein, highest in fats and calories, contains potentially harmful sodium nitrate, and is 4 times as expensive as the cheapest sandwich, peanut butter, which is more nutritious. That's what you could have learned from Consumer Reports, published by America's leading non-profit product testing consumer organization. Completely independent, Consumer Reports stands guard over your family and your dollars, the food you eat, the cars you drive, the appliances you use, and the services you depend on. 1,000. Subscribe now to Consumer Reports for this money-saving offer. 11 monthly issues of our magazine, Consumer Reports, plus the invaluable 1980 buying guide issue, plus our 383-page guide to drugs and health, plus the 1981 buying guide issue when published, 331-1000. A total value of $25.75, all for just $12. To take advantage of this offer, dial this toll-free number, 800-331-1000. Consumer Reports, 800-331-1000.
Dallas, Fort Worth.
Did I tell you it was August the 24th in the year 79 AD that Pompeii was inundated under an avalanche of pumice, lava, and volcanic ash? A historic blessing in catastrophic disguise. For when dug up, there were the taverns of the poor and the villas of the rich, just as if the occupants had stepped out for a moment. Some Pompeians never made it to their doors. Now it is several days before the cataclysm. Marcus Rufus, young and red-headed, continues our story.
I'd left the Temple of Isis It was dark, and then a cry in the night. I ran to the sound. In a moment, I'd overpowered the ruffian attacking the young priest. I gave the cutthroat over to the magistrates. The young man was bleeding. I thought I recognized him from the Temple of Isis. He lived nearby, he said. So I led him to his house.
Oriana, it's I, Arbaces.
Oh, Arbaces, I've been so worried about you. Great Zeus, what happened? Brother, you're covered in blood.
This is Marcus Rufus, a citizen. I was attacked in the street, and Marcus saved me. Oh, Marcus, I can't thank you enough.
This is your sister, Oriana?
Yes.
Oh, my dear friend. You may be the one struck down in the street tonight, but I am the one struck dumb. I think your brother should lie down and rest. He may need a doctor.
I don't think so. I have dressed his wounds, and he is resting.
You take charge right away, don't you?
Are you surprised? My brother needs no doctor.
Really? When I first saw you, it was outside the temple 3 days ago, and you were talking to a group of women as if they were men.
Better than men. I talk to those women as if they were human beings.
I must go now. I was happy to have helped your brother. What a reward.
What are you talking about?
2 hours ago, I placed 10 gold pieces in the offering box at the Temple of Isis. And in exchange, the high priest told me I'd get my wish.
And did you?
Someday I'll tell you. Well, good night.
Marcus?
Yes?
For helping my brother tonight, I thank you. What did you think of that high priest?
Arbaces? You know him?
My question first.
Oh, an extraordinary man.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. I believe him to be divine.
That I'm not so sure about, but he does have powers over events and men.
And over women.
Over you?
I don't know you well enough to tell you that.
I hope someday you will.
Marcus Rufus. Over here.
I've been looking for you, Diomed. May I join you?
Yeah, sit. Calvers, a beaker of wine here. So you've been looking for me, have you? Not very hard. I come to this tavern every day, always have.
I mean today in particular I was looking for you. Isn't it today you have 3 ships due in from Capri? There's a storm coming up, very black clouds over Vesuvius.
Yes, I know what the weather is. Where have you been keeping yourself? Don't bother to make up a story. I know.
A gentleman cannot visit a lady in Pompeii without rumors.
Is it true that she stands on street corners and tries to organize the women of Pompeii?
Well, I've heard, but I don't...
Tells them they ought to be running things? Seems to me women run everything without being told. Oh! Very black clouds, did you say?
Thick like smoke as far as the eye can see.
I pray my captains can make harbor before the storm hits the bay.
Your ships will be protected. That's what gods are for.
Yes, I know that.
Put your faith in that Egyptian high priest. His magic worked for me. It'll work for you.
Oh, that sanctimonious joker has no magic.
Oh, no. He tells me in a few hours I shall meet the woman whose face has been haunting me, and it happens.
It's coincidence. That priest has the power to make events happen? What do you take me for, a fool? How could he know that some ruffian would attack a young man who turns out to be the woman's brother, That's coincidence.
I'm not so sure.
Where is that bald-headed Calvus? Oh, you're right. I simply can't sit here. That storm is making me very, very nervous. I'm going out to the landing.
Out there in all this rain? What good will it do you? I thought you gave bags of gold to Arbaces that day we went to the temple with the blind girl.
Well, I said I sent him gold, but of course I didn't. What am I, a fool? I had one of my slaves bring a half dozen bags of impure bronze. It shines like gold, but it's much cheaper.
So, you don't believe in Arbaces' powers?
No, not for 1 minute. That priest is a swindler. He preys on the fear of superstitious people. No. I put my faith in Mercury, the god of commerce. He's the one I rely on.
Dear Med, 9 ships lost in 2 seasons.
Well, 29 came in safely. I'm going. You're coming with me, aren't you? It is a long walk, Marcus Rufus, so we'd better start. There'll be time for wine later.
We're not late, brother.
I don't think so, Oriana. The hour of meeting was sundown. I just happened to hear of it by accident.
Oh, I had no idea there were all these underground passages at the Stabian Baths. Oh, Arbaces, I'll never forgive myself if I miss one word said by this holy man.
I've never heard a Christian speak before.
This Paul is more than an ordinary Christian. He is one of the true disciples of Jesus Christ. He knew him personally. Oh, this is like those Roman catacombs where the Christians gather to pray. A woman was telling me.
Shh. Do you hear something?
It's an underground world.
I go from town to town.
Yeah, I can hear some talking.
To bring his teachings and salvation.
That's the way. I'll hold the candle up so we can find our way.
Look how many people are here. I can count 50 candles. More. Oh, you should have told me sooner, Arbaces.
These people
all only arrived from Jerusalem today, and we had to keep this meeting secret.
You must keep the faith between God and you. We shall all have to stand before God for judgment. Who among you citizens of Pompeii can tell me what the Lord Jesus Christ said about judgment? Raise your candles high in the air so I may see you.
Arbaces, let me have your candle.
Do I see a candle raised?
Yes. I would like to answer.
Are you a Christian?
No, I am not a Christian. But I have an open mind.
And you know the words of the Lord Jesus Christ?
I have not read the scriptures, but a Roman woman who knew Mary Magdalene has told me.
And they are?
As surely as I live, every knee will bend before me, and every tongue will make its confession to God.
Judgment Day. I will come forward to you, young woman. Why are you here today?
To learn, Your Holiness. I have worshipped at many altars. Jupiter, Mars, Greek gods. Even now I seek the truth in the Egyptian temple of Isis, here in Pompeii.
And this young man here beside you?
He is my brother, Arbaces. He is studying the priestcraft of Isis.
It matters not to God. Today I visit this city to teach that Christ died for all men, of all faiths.
May I ask you, am I doing wrong to join an Egyptian faith?
It is for the conscience of each of us to determine how we would worship. Obey the commandments. You must not commit adultery. You must not murder. You must not steal. You must not covet. Summed up, you must love your neighbor as you do yourself.
I'm glad we heard the Christian. I wonder what Arbaces would have said.
I don't know. Arbaces is such a good man. I feel I would do anything for him. I think of him as a true friend. How can I turn my back on him now when he has given so much meaning to my life?
So it's the man you worship, sister, not the religion.
I don't know. And it's not any easier since I've met Marcus Rufus.
Oriana.
Arbaces, you startled me.
Brother and sister at the baths. Both of you sneaking underground with this handful of heretics to listen to the mockery of this crucified Christ.
Have you been waiting for us?
No, I was at the baths. I saw this line of pilgrims with their candles, and I said to myself, poor ignorant peasants. But to find you both here. Oriana, you, Arbaces, a dagger in my heart. This Christianity is only for the ignorant.
Why do you say that? It's a sign of intelligence to admit you don't know all the answers.
You are breaking away from the faith of Isis. I suspected it now that you have a new friend in Marcus Rufus, another agnostic.
So, it's Marcus you object to.
Anyone would have told me I'd be up all night and the next morning rowing my head off in a full gale, I would have laughed at him.
The joke's on me, too. I'm a ship owner. I haven't rowed since I was a boy. This is hard work.
How long do you think it'll take us to get to the reefs?
Your guess is better than mine.
Standing with you last night on that wharf, watching two of your ships going down within sight of land. How calmly you took it.
Well, what else could I do? Life is chances. Yeah, I relied on good weather and my old amulets.
There's one chance you took, my friend, which didn't help.
Only one?
Well, when you made an offering of bags of impure bronze instead of gold. Who knows? The real thing might have brought you good weather and ships in safe harbor.
We've hit the reef. Jump, men. Our boat is shipping water. Keep fast. Jump and swim for it.
Life in Pompeii is beginning to unfold for us. By the standards of our century, perhaps it's a primitive existence, yet there is a sophistication of thought and ambition. Whatever their way of life, we cannot forget these men and women of the very first century A.D. laid the building blocks upon which today's civilization stands. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Do you know how to get the most for your money when you're buying air conditioners, vacuum cleaners, baloney, auto batteries, calculators, washers and dryers, cameras, insulation, house paint, margarine, freezers, tuna fish, insurance, lawnmowers, mopeds, food processors, radios, refrigerators, television sets, stereo systems, and automobiles? Well, these are just a few of the hundreds of products that Consumer Reports tests, rates, and investigates for you. Consumer Reports is published by America's leading non-profit product testing consumer organization, completely independent. When you read Consumer Reports, you'll know how to get the most out of the dollars you spend. 1,000. Subscribe now to Consumer Reports for this money-saving offer. 11 monthly issues of our magazine, Consumer Reports, plus the invaluable 1980 buying guide issue, plus our 383-page guide to drugs and health, plus the 1981 buying guide issue when published, 331-1000. A total value of $25.75, all for just $12. Just $12. To take advantage of this offer, dial this toll-free number, 800-331-1000. Consumer Reports, 800-331-1000.
WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth. Where in the world can you meet so many people? In a bookstore, of course, and at Taylor's particularly. William Shakespeare, Pogo, Krishnamurti, Alice in Wonderland, Julia Child, Jimmy Carter, St. Thomas Aquinas, Stanley Marcus, Sigmund Freud, Ansel Adams, Edgar Casey, Socrates, Vincent van Gogh, Ben Green, the Marquis de Sade, Frank Lloyd Wright, Dr. Seuss, F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Taylor's, Dallas Complete Bookstore, Preston Center on Northwest Highway.
August 24th, 79 A.D., the long-sleeping volcano Mount Vesuvius exploded. And by evening of that day, Pompeii, a cosmos of civilization, itself was dead, buried under layers of volcanic ash and pumice and mud, which became its tomb for centuries. In our story, that Holocaust hasn't happened yet. Men and women are meeting the needs of daily life just as you or I would today.
Nothing can make you feel so much like a fool than to be helping someone and have it turn out badly. We hit the reef and sank. The four sailors, Diomed and I, managed to swim to shore, just in time to see the cargo break up on the rocks. A total loss. So, Diomed and I went to dry ourselves from the inside out. Where? At the tavern, of course. I hope we never again have an occasion like this to celebrate.
I made the decision. I suffered the loss.
Maybe some things the gods cannot change? Diomed, if there's any way I can help, you've only to ask. I make an excellent living as an architect and...
my dear young redhead. If that isn't the most generous thing I've ever heard of. No. I'll just have to tighten my toga.
Well, I'm doing 10 villas in the hills over Capua. Why don't we join forces? Instead of just designing them, I'll build them, and you can be my contractor. What do you say?
I don't know what to say. After this last ship fiasco, I doubt if any bank will give me credit.
They'll give me credit. You do the expediting.
You stupid! Clumsy! Look what you've done!
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir. But the amphora was too heavy for me to carry. It slipped out of my hand.
Get out of my sight!
Oh.
Still wine at today's prices? Get out of here! I don't need you anymore.
Whoa, Calvus! Who are you shouting at?
Oh, that dumb, stupid, good-for-nothing slave girl. I take pity on her, open my heart to her. I'll find a place for you in my tavern. Come work for me. And I don't know what she does. Oh, you should see the mess out there. 2 broken amphora jars, gallons of the finest wine. Buy a handicapped female slave, and you get just what you pay for. I might have known.
Did you say handicapped?
Yeah. That silly, stupid slave is blind.
I hadn't expected to find you here, Lydia. Do you remember me?
Yes, I do. Marcus Rufus.
Is this that slave girl you hauled out of the chariot's path?
Now, I've asked your master to bring you to our table, Lydia, because he tells me he's most dissatisfied with you.
Oh, I'm sure he is. It was an accident.
How can I run a tavern when all the profits are spilled on the floor?
I think your master has a point. Do you have any other talents, Lydia?
I have taught myself to write.
Right. And the girl can't see.
And I can sing.
I would say your talents are wasted in this tavern. I don't see why the good Calvus would want to keep you here any longer.
Oh, but I need the work. My mother and father depend on me. They're old and sick.
Do you pay your slave anything, Calvus?
Of course not. Who pays a slave? But I do permit Lydia's parents to live here as a favor.
Oh, that's generous. They have a room?
A kind of shed beyond the open-air drinking area.
Lydia, my family can always use another girl in the household. Aunts, uncles, so many I can't count them. I think I'll buy you.
Wait, buy Lydia? Who said she's for sale?
Oh, I thought you wanted to be rid of her.
Who said?
At any price. Come now.
Well, a girl who knows the way around in a tavern is worth the weight in gold. No. I couldn't sell her.
Yeah, you see, Lydia? Isn't it nice to be appreciated? All right. Name your price.
I paid 6 sesterces for her. She's worth 12 now.
Shall we say an even 20?
20?
Well, the girl can sing. Calvus, come with me to the magistrate to draw up the legal forms and then to my house for your money. And Lydia, tell your mother and father to get their things together. Plenty of room in my house, and you can live with them. Oh, by the way, I do remember correctly, don't I? You know Pompeii like the back of your hand?
Master, with 2 eyes, I couldn't find my way about better.
Do you know the Via dell'Abbondanza?
Oh, yes.
Now, at the very end is the Villa of the Marble Faun. I want you to take a message to a lady who lives there.
To a lady?
A young and beautiful and very stubborn lady.
It is I, servant to Marcus Rufus, who stands outside the entrance to the Villa of the Marble Faun with a message from my master. It is I, servant to...
I know. Servant to Marcus Rufus. You have a message for me.
You are Oriana, mistress of the villa?
Surely you can tell by the way I'm dressed. Oh, my poor child. Forgive me. I had no idea.
Here, let me take your arm. We'll sit over there by the fountain. It's cooler. You do it very well, you know. I should never have guessed that you can't see.
Thank you.
Has it always been so?
Always. Since I was born.
What is your name?
Lydia.
Lydia. How did you and your master meet?
I was almost run down by a chariot. He saved me. I was on my way to the Temple of Isis.
The temple where Arbaces preaches?
Oh, yes. Do you know him?
What a small world our Pompeii is. Let me have the message from Marcus Rufus. The answer is yes. Marcus Rufus may come and see me, and I shall expect him tonight.
Before I go, could you... what does it look like?
This fountain, the marble fawn. It sounds so beautiful. If I can just touch its face and little body, then I will know exactly how it is formed.
Oh, yes. How lovely.
Lydia, I would like you and I to be friends. A free woman can be friends with a slave. And if I had a little sister like you, I would tell her what I know. Show her the beauties of the mind, which very few people know how to see. I shall ask Marcus Rufus that you attend me once a week. We shall study languages, art, history.
What could I give in exchange?
Can you cook?
Oh, yes. My mother taught me.
Well, I'd like to learn. That is an art. Is that a fair trade, Lydia? I've never been able to boil an egg.
I have never eaten a boiled egg.
You will. In my house.
Master, wake up!
I am up. What is it? What's the hour?
Master, something has happened to Oriana. She has left the villa.
I am robed. You may come in. Come in. Now. Speak calmly, quietly, child. What is the hour?
3, before the cock crows.
Why are you about this time of night? Your parents will be worried.
Well, I have seen them. They told me to see you right away.
I'm listening.
This is the day of the week I have my history lesson with Oriana. I mean, last night was. It takes place after the evening meal.
Yes.
Well, last night, someone came to the door. Oriana said I should wait. I heard voices in the garden. A man's voice. It seemed familiar, but I'm not sure. I did hear Oriana say, No, I cannot go with you this evening. And then she cried out. I ran to the atrium. I could hear she was struggling with a man. And then I must have tripped and fallen and hit my head. And when I woke up, the villa was deserted. I looked everywhere. Oriana was gone.
You didn't recognize the man?
No, it was dark. But I did find this. Here.
An ivory comb.
It's not a woman's comb.
It is marked with the seal of the Egyptian god Isis.
Where am I? Arbaces, you. Oh, how came I here?
Of your own free will.
I am in the Temple of Isis. But why? What am I doing here?
You used to come here quite often, Oriana.
I know. But why tonight? Something eludes me. I feel as if I'm half awake. As if there is something missing. I'm not quite all me.
I have felt that way for quite some time, Oriana.
Why can't I remember? Did I come here for one of our talks and fall asleep? I feel like I'm chained. But there are no chains. And this bitter taste in my mouth.
Oriana, I want you to listen carefully.
Death is not far away. All those of Pompeii, they slumber. Today, this city is a bright jewel in the empire. But so once were the cities of my own country, Egypt. And what are they today? But ruins along the Nile. The palaces, the shrines are but tombs. Oriana, speak with my tongue. I command you.
The serpent coils in the grass on an Egyptian street. The lizard basks in the great hall of a pharaoh.
And who has robbed Egypt, Oriana?
Rome.
Rome has robbed Egypt, clothed itself with the spoils. And what is in the future? Speak with my voice.
Egypt will be avenged.
Yes, Oriana. Those of Pompeii, of Naples, of Herculaneum, of Rome, who have sown the wind with conquest, shall reap the harvest in the whirlwind of desolation.
Arbaces! Arbaces, I know you are beyond this bronze door. I know that Oriana is with you. If you do not open these doors and release her this instant, I shall call upon all the peace magistrates of Pompeii.
Marcus Rufus, you will never be able to enter this sacred place. The doors are too thick and too heavily bolted. You may call all the magistrates you wish, but these holy doors will never open.
What is that?
Close your eyes, Oriana. It is the thunder from the Nile.
No. Oh, what am I doing here?
Oriana, are you in the inner temple?
Marcus, is that you?
Stand away from the bronze doors, Oriana. The ground is shaking the temple loose. Oriana, stand back! The doors are falling!
Oriana, hold on to my hand.
Marcus!
So much dust and sand. We must find a way out.
What is happening?
It's an earthquake. We've got to run for it. Escape somehow!
That Pompeii suffered a severe earthquake, but it was not the quake that destroyed it. That is to come later. In this episode, the first day, we have met many citizens of Pompeii, some free, some slave. We have lived their lives, shared their food, followed their problems. Theirs was an extraordinary mixture of high cultures and the basest of superstitions. More when I return shortly.
I'm not the handiest person in the world, but nowadays do-it-yourself home repair is almost a necessity. Admittedly, some of my work is not perfect, but it gets by. Like many people, I try painting, woodworking, and even masonry, but I never dabble with electricity because it can be dangerous and not forgiving of carelessness. Yes, Americans are learning how to do more with their hands, and hopefully are not forgetting some of the old rules, like never mixing water and electricity, and reading all power tool instruction booklets before use. And let's not forget about the rule to check for damaged electrical cords either. And remember the one to always dress appropriately, wear closed-toed sturdy shoes and safety glasses. And finally, never leave power tools unattended, and keep children away from the work area.
A public service announcement from Underwriters Laboratories in this station.
What intrigues and fascinates me, aside from the pure accident of time, that it should be 1900 years ago on August 24th at 10 a.m. on a Roman hourglass, aside from that, how like our own friends and neighbors are these Pompeians, whether it be bartender or shipowner, the woman who accepts or the woman who rebels. Join us again when we continue this saga where we left it, the second day of those very last days of Pompeii. Our cast included Russell Horton, Evie Juster, Christopher Tabori, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of the second day in our special series, The Last Days of Pompeii. Thrown to the lions.
May everyone in this atrium, at this table, raise their cups to their lips. To love and success. And may Apollo watch over us.
Lovely speech. Very nice.
Houses to build houses.
Marcus, what is it? What are you saying?
It's too warm for me here. I must go.
Marcus, why are you getting up?
He looks very pale. Perhaps I should go with him. There is fire in my veins. Stay away from me! Don't try to stop me, anyone. I have my dagger. Stay away! It's tearing at my brain. So many colors, blinding colors!
Alcibiades, come with me. Something has affected his mind. I fear for his life. Will you excuse us? I must go help the poor man. He has suddenly gone mad.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Consumer Reports.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. This week, we are devoting 5 broadcasts to the incredible saga, The Last Days of Pompeii. Imagine, if you will, any cosmopolitan coastal resort suddenly swallowed up and disappearing. And then imagine uncovering this treasure house of civilization, piece by piece, person by person, putting together this puzzle of the past, which is our task and adventure all this week on Mystery Theater.
And why do you come to see me, fair Julia?
Because I need your magic, Arbaces. The power of revenge.
Do you believe that I, Arbaces, the high priest of Isis, can give you such power? Or why do you wish it?
I do not relish being rejected by a man. Can you give me power over his life?
Today's drama, Thrown to the Lions, is the second part of Bulwer-Lytton's classic, The Last Days of Pompeii, adapted especially for Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane and stars Russell Horton. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
And that's why we say, go out and buy a bunch today.
That's your new TV commercial, Mr. Sloak, for Snacky Crackies with Raisin Pits.
How much did that actually cost me?
Cost?
Yes.
Well, we're still adding it all up here. $42,000.
TV is so expensive.
Not as long as there aren't any changes.
Did I mention there may soon be a worldwide shortage of Raisin Pits?
One TV version without Raisin Pits.
How much will that add to the...
$3,000.
And we want to tell Health Nuts we make snackies with Health Nuts.
$279,000.
And we need a version that will talk to the financial community.
With the singing mouse and the dancing bunny in a business suit for...
Let me add that one for you. $380,000.
If business conditions make it necessary, with radio you can afford to change commercials fast. If you want to really target consumer groups, it won't cost a fortune to make commercials that fit each audience. Put amazingly flexible radio to work as a primary medium. Radio, it's red hot. For the red hot facts, call this station or the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
I'm not the handiest person in the world, But nowadays, do-it-yourself home repair is almost a necessity. Admittedly, some of my work is not perfect, but it gets by. Like many people, I try painting, woodworking, and even masonry, but I never dabble with electricity because it can be dangerous and not forgiving of carelessness. Yes, Americans are learning how to do more with their hands, and hopefully are not forgetting some of the old rules, like never mixing water and electricity, and reading all power tool instruction booklets before use. And let's not forget about the rule to check for damaged electrical cords either. And remember the one to always dress appropriately. Wear closed-toed, sturdy shoes and safety glasses. And finally, never leave power tools unattended. And keep children away from the work area.
A public service announcement from Underwriters Laboratories in this station.
Pompeii stands at a crossroads in time, oblivious to its future. In 4 days, it will have disappeared under 30 feet of volcanic ash. Until an hour ago, today, August the 21st, 79 A.D., it was a favorite Italian vacation town for Romans, Greeks, and Egyptians. A happy town filled with warm, fun-loving people. Then suddenly, in the early hours of this morning, it was shaken by an earthquake. About 4 on today's Richter scale. Marcus Rufus, a young Athenian architect who makes his home in Pompeii, takes up the tale.
I'd never experienced an earthquake before, but I vowed that I would live through this one. For one thing, I had a lot to live for. Oriana, a woman I hardly knew but already loved, whom I was able to rescue that night. Statues and roof tiles fell like rain, but we managed unhurt to get to the open square of the Forum. And safety.
Marcus Rufus, how did you find me?
My slave girl, Lydia, awoke me to tell me you'd been kidnapped. I put 2 and 2 together and found you in the Temple of Isis.
Kidnapped?
Oh, I knew right away there was more to it than that.
Funny. I can't seem to remember.
Look, the temple, the walls.
The temple! There's nothing left standing.
Hear ye, O people of Pompeii!
Nothing left but its high priest, Arbaces.
I must go to him. He may be hurt.
Hear ye, all those within the sound of my voice!
Marcus, let go of my arm.
Oriana, you will not go to him. I will not let you.
But why not?
The man is mad. Isn't that enough reason for you?
Citizens of Pompeii, this earthquake is a warning.
See for yourself, Oriana. Look at it. Standing there on the steps to the Temple of Isis. Steps leading to nowhere, shouting to no one. In this entire Forum, who is there but us?
The next time, the gods will not be as patient. This was a warning. If Rome does not return Pompeii to Egypt, the gods will destroy this city.
I thought we'd never get back to my home. At last. Arbaces, brother, are you here?
Oriana, are you all right? Oh, Marcus Rufus, forgive me. I didn't see you at first.
Has the quake done any damage to our house?
Not one column in the atrium budged a centimeter. The marble form still stands in the fountain.
But you should see the center of Pompeii. Hardly a building left standing.
Let me go bathe my face. I'll be back.
Where has Oriana been all this night, Marcus? I can't tell you how worried I was. But I had no idea where to look for her.
I found her in the Temple of Isis. It's a long story. Fortunately, we were able to get out before it was completely destroyed.
The Egyptians' temple destroyed?
Nothing left of it but the stone steps.
What of him, the high priest?
He survived.
Was he hurt?
Not so one could notice it. When we came away, he was shouting dire predictions to anyone who would listen.
You speak in a mocking tone about this holy man, Marcus.
Arbaces, I know you are studying the ministry with him, but believe me, this isn't mockery in my voice, but anger. Somehow, I don't know how, that high priest, that man you think so holy, had a hand in kidnapping your sister.
Kidnapping? You said that to me before, Marcus. I don't remember that.
What do you remember, Oriana?
It's coming back now. like through a haze. Arbaces came into the garden last night, telling me I had to return to the Temple of Isis with him that very instant. And then I don't know. Yes, I do. He gave me something to drink. All the rest is whirling away. And then your voice, Marcus, calling me, taking hold of my hand and running.
I think, Oriana, there has been enough talk for one night, enough excitement. Well, the earthquake tremors seem to have passed. I thank Jove you're sound and well. Now, I urge you to get some rest. See that she does, Arbaces. We can talk about all this tomorrow.
Good night, Marcus. I can never thank you enough.
Nor can I. Within 2 days, Marcus, you've twice come to our rescue. Yesterday, mine, and today, Oriana's.
Strangely enough, I was haunted by the thought that the earthquake that rocked Pompeii that night was not nearly as dangerous to Oriana as her friendship with that Egyptian high priest, Arbaces. Obviously, he drugged her and brought her to the temple. And had not my blind slave girl Lydia warned me, Oriana might have disappeared from my life. Oh, there had been other women who interested me. Julia. I was stricken with guilt. Julia, who until a few days ago had been the woman of my dreams. I'd completely forgotten her.
Master, may I have a word with you?
What?
Have you been asleep on the temple steps all night, Master? For shame.
Well, who comes upon me so suddenly in the morning?
We have not spoken before, but I know you to be the high priest of this temple.
What was this temple? These few steps are all that remain. No, I have not been sleeping, woman. I have been praying to the gods to help me rebuild. Who are you?
I am Julia, from the house of Diomed.
Diomed? The merchant and ship owner?
The same. He is my father. Do you know him?
He came here once not long ago and tried to induce a miracle to guarantee the safety of his ships by making a donation to the temple. A fool's gold. Julia, sit by my side, my child, and tell me what has brought you to see me.
Your fame, great master. Your knowledge and power are well known in Pompeii. I need your help.
What is it that could possibly trouble such a beautiful young lady? You don't appear unhappy.
I wish to have the power of one of the Greek Furies.
Which?
The Eumenides.
So it is revenge you seek.
Pitiless, vindictive punishment.
Why do you wish it?
Julia does not relish being rejected for another.
You love someone who loves not you.
He did, until a very few days ago. Now I have learned he has given his heart to another woman. I must triumph over my rival. I must have power over his life.
Tell me, if I had such a power, why should I make it known to you?
For 2 reasons. First, this purse of gold. There's enough gold to rebuild the entire temple of Isis, stone by stone.
Perhaps I don't need a second reason.
You shall have it for nothing. The woman I wish revenge upon is Oriana.
Oriana? Who lives in the house of the marble form?
The same.
Her brother, Arbaces, is studying the Egyptian ministry with me. Oh, yes. I believe I know of Oriana.
Arbaces, can our relationship, yours and mine, be an honest one?
Naturally.
Oriana is not as casually known to you as you make out. And I would like you to trust me enough not to pretend.
Well, you seem to have overheard the gossip of Pompeii.
A woman as outspoken as Oriana cannot live a life unnoticed. Not here, not in Pompeii. There's not only talk, but certain knowledge of your interest and, shall I say, affection for her. Can you help me teach an unforgettable lesson to both Oriana and the man who should be mine?
Tell me, not so gentle Julia, this stupid suitor who has angered you, he is certainly of noble birth.
True. Quite noble.
Can he be from Pompeii and reject such beauty as yours?
He is of Athens.
Aha, yes, there is but one Athenian, young and noble in Pompeii. Is he Marcus Aurelius Rufus?
Yes. You will keep my secret?
Of course. Marcus Rufus. Julia, I shall help you.
Oriana, are you awake?
Of course I'm awake and dressed.
How do you feel today, sister, after last night's adventure?
Refreshed, but still strange. Last night seems like a distant nightmare.
That it was. The center of Pompeii destroyed by an earthquake.
So it was true.
Is that all you remember?
No. Brother, I think the high priest of Isis took me by force to the temple. Why have we been so blind, believing in that man and his greatness for so long?
I, too, Oriana.
I trusted Arbaces. I believed he was good. And now I feel somehow betrayed. Last night, everything suddenly became unclean. I thought he was quite mad.
Perhaps he is. I, too, feel betrayed.
For me, it's worse than that. I need something, someone to believe in, a religion of some kind, a star to guide me. And now I'm left without anything.
Do you remember yesterday morning, going underground to hear Paul the Nazarene? When he talked about Christ, wasn't it inspiring? Perhaps Christ is the answer.
Go, brother. Find out if the disciple Paul is still preaching in Pompeii and come back and tell me.
Come with me now. It's still early.
Marcus Rufus will be here soon. I cannot leave the house now. You go, brother.
Oh, Marcus will understand. He'll wait. He's a good friend.
I feel he's more than that. I have something important to tell him.
And he can't wait? Surely finding Paul is much more important. Marcus will wait, I'm certain.
But I cannot. I woke up with his name on my lips.
What does that mean?
That I must tell him something I have been wanting to tell someone for years now.
Are you serious, Oriana?
About Marcus Rufus. As I have never been about anyone in my whole life.
You love him?
I wish us to become engaged, to be married. Today.
Oriana, I must say, when you make up your mind, you act.
I have a premonition. I don't know how much longer we of Pompeii will have time for love.
Of course, Oriana couldn't have had an inkling that within 4 days Pompeii would be a doomed city. But highly intuitive, she might have sensed something in the air. Her brother, Arbaces, also could not have known that the Egyptian beliefs in many gods would be superseded by Christianity. But he, too, had a highly developed sixth sense. It was this that compelled him to seek out the man who centuries later would be known to the world as St. Paul. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
This week on Knots Landing, Karen's efforts to defend her daughter's school teacher from her neighbor's attacks lead her into a relationship that could destroy her marriage.
Starting this afternoon, I'm going to do whatever I can to help beat you.
I wonder if you'd say that if you didn't have those curly blue eyes.
Michelle Lee stars on Knots Landing, Thursday night at 10, 9 Central on CBS Television.
Suppose I asked you to lunch tomorrow.
Ask.
The word is out. There's an outrageous new thriller just published entitled Out. It's the unbelievable story of two mob kingpins, a two-timing shyster, and a mall named Zaza, all involved in a daring plot to launder billions of mob money through a Swiss bank. The only trouble is the one man with the password to get the money out has vanished. Well, not exactly. His leg is found on the Geneva to Zurich train. For out-and-out entertainment, read Out by Pierre Ray, a Bantam book where paperbacks are sold.
Maybe we're all too emotional when we think about special education for handicapped children. We always think of human values, not dollar values. Maybe it's time we took a cold, hard look at these kids and what it costs to develop their potential. Okay, the truth. Special education and vocational training cost a lot of money. Special teachers, special equipment, special classes. It all adds up. But here's the catch. It costs even more not to educate handicapped people. Much more. Keeping people dependent for life or keeping them in institutions. Those are luxuries we can't afford. So don't be emotional. Look at it coldly, in dollars and cents. With special education, most handicapped children grow up to become taxpayers. It's a good investment. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education.
August 21st, 79 A.D. There is love, there is hate, there's jealousy, plots being hatched, revenge sought. The ebb and flow of life in those ancient days, as unearthed and unmasked by that great Victorian baronet, Sir Edward Bulwer-Lytton, in his vivid book, The Last Days of Pompeii. Marcus Rufus, the Athenian, continues the story.
Within the hour after dawn, I was at the gate of the house of the Marble Faun, Oriana's house, ringing the bells and waiting admittance.
A very good morning to you, Marcus. Forgive me, but I must hurry along.
Oh, Arbaces. Well, where to at this early hour? The city still sleeps.
Can I trust you with a secret, Marcus?
Well, I hope so.
The events of last night have changed my mind about the future.
You're no longer going into the ministry?
If I do, it will not be in the Temple of Isis. Let me put it this way. Yesterday morning, the both of us went to a secret meeting to hear Paul, the Nazarene. And we both truly believe what he preached. Right now, I'm going to try to find him to see whether I could be converted. Marcus, I know it's the way for me.
Father, whatever is going on in our house, I can't leave you alone for 2 minutes.
2 minutes? You've been out of the house all morning, Julia.
I come home, the atrium is filled with servants, caterers. My father is giving a party. What are you celebrating?
Failure and success, daughter. Failure because, as you know, I lost another 3 ships in yesterday's storm. But I console myself. I might have lost the cargoes anyway in last night's earthquake.
So we have less money than we ever had, and you throw a big, expensive party.
Only for a few friends. Do you remember Marcus Rufus? Weren't you seeing quite a lot of him at one time?
Yes, I remember him.
Well, we are going into business together, Marcus and I. He has contracts to put up quite a few fancy villas. Some facing the bay, some on the slopes of Vesuvius, expensive ones. He will design them, and I'll take care of the stonemasons, the plumbers, the roof tirers. In short, the building. Of course, Julia, you're welcome to invite anyone you wish.
I thought you'd never say so.
Oh, child, anyone. There's plenty of food and wine. This is your house as much as mine. Who would you like?
I would like to invite the high priest of the Temple of Isis.
Arbaces? You're joking.
Why are you so surprised, Father?
Well, I really don't see what we people of commerce have to do with it. Well, I don't know. A religious fanatic.
Well, you didn't think he was such a fanatic when you promised to send him gold to protect your ships.
Who told you that?
He did.
Well, I knew he couldn't protect those ships. I wasn't serious about it.
It's too bad you weren't. Perhaps your ships wouldn't have been wrecked.
Now, Julia, I am not going to argue with you about this fellow's powers. You want Arbaces here? Well, I said you may. So you may. Now, anyone else you'd like to invite?
Marcus Rufus is coming?
Well, of course he is. The banquet's mainly in his honor. When a man of his young years offers me a new business and a new lease on life, you can bet I make sure the guest of honor arrives.
I'd like to be placed between Marcus and Arbaces at dinner.
I'll do what I can, Julia. Well, you'd better run along now and invite your high priest. The banquet will begin 3 hours before sunset, and I don't want you strolling in while we're toasting the gods.
That's Diomed, the ship owner, for you. The man's practically bankrupt, and he has to throw a party for our new building business. I hated to leave Oriana today, especially now that she'd agreed we could be officially engaged. But old Diomed would have been too disappointed.
Now, Arbaces, think it over, my boy.
You don't understand, Master.
But of course I understand. You just talked to Paul the Nazarene. He is a convincing speaker. I know all about him. But to go off and leave your family and join him, these aren't decisions to be made hastily. I speak to you as an Egyptian with the wisdom of the ages behind me.
Master, are there any more marble pieces this size?
Try the other side. Some may have fallen there.
The workers from Luxor. They happen to be in the city. I was lucky to get them to start rebuilding. Now, where was I?
It's not the age of Egyptian civilization. It's what I feel in my heart, Master.
We Egyptians were already civilized when you Romans and Greeks were learning how to hold a sword.
I wish I could convince you. I want to convert. I must. Paul talked to me in my own language. He made me understand.
All I say to you before you go off and join this Paul in his travels is reflect. Have you talked it over with your sister Oriana?
She knows how I feel. I couldn't get any sense out of her today anyway. She became engaged to marry Marcus Rufus this morning. And that's all she has on her mind.
Marcus Aurelius Rufus, the Athenian. Is it definite?
So far as I know. I stopped in on my way here. They were both walking around with moonstruck faces.
Oh, excuse me, Master. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Julia, what brings you here? Oh, do you know Arbaces, my seminarian? Arbaces is Oriana's brother.
Oh, yes. I certainly know your sister.
Arbaces brings me some interesting news. Oriana and Marcus Rufus are announcing their engagement today.
What?
Yes. I thought you would be interested.
Do you know the Athenian, Julia?
I most certainly do. I have a bit of news myself. My father is giving a small party today, and I ask that you be invited, Master.
Oh, thank you, Julia. But I don't attend private parties. I am at prayer before the dinner hour anyway.
Perhaps you could make an exception this time. You see, the honored guest will be Marcus Rufus, and there will be much wine and many toasts.
Who else besides Diomed, your father?
Probably Publius Cornelius and...
The senator from Rome?
The same. You and I and Marcus Rufus and a small group.
Do you think your father would mind if I brought along Arbaces here?
Well, not at all. He told me to invite anyone I wanted.
But I won't know anyone there.
You know Marcus Rufus, don't you? After all, he's going to be your brother-in-law. Now, Master Arbaces, can we talk privately concerning that matter I came to see you about this morning?
Yes, I have been thinking about it. Arbaces, you know the house of Diomed? Well, I'll see you there at the usual dining time. Now, if you will excuse us. I'm afraid, Julia, there is no place here in the forum that's very private.
I know. Let's go to the docks where my father ties up his boats. There's no one there now, and we won't be observed.
Now, you ask for a potion that would make Oriana despise Marcus and Marcus despise her. I have a small vial given to me by the oracle I went to visit when I was last in Thebes.
What can it do?
All I know is I was told to administer it carefully to an enemy, for it can bring on madness.
Let me have it. I shall put it in Marcus's wine.
You wish him mad?
He's mad already, turning his back on me, betrothing himself to a woman he hardly knows. Give me the vial, Arbaces. Who knows? Perhaps this potion will make him sane.
More wine. The senator's cup is empty.
Jimmy, I compliment you. This is the coolest atrium I have been in all of Pompeii.
Well, it is the fountain, Senator. I have water running all the time. It freshens the air. Oh, and I love the sound. Here, come, everybody. Eat and drink up. Julia, this is no time for fasting. Here, Marcus, have more mushrooms. It will keep your hair red. Attention, everyone, all my good friends. Senator Cornelius, Julia, my daughter, Arbaces, the holy man from the Temple of Isis, and his seminarian, this quiet young man on my right, and all of you. I lift up my cup in honor of my new partner, the famous young architect, Marcus Aurelius Rufus, who has convinced me it's more profitable to build houses than to sail ships.
It's never been proved. Here, more wine here.
Well, perhaps not, Senator, but my heart isn't in ships anymore. So, let us lift our cups and drink to Marcus and myself and our new venture.
Oh, no. Oh, Marcus Rufus, how can you ever forgive me? I jostled your arm and spilled your wine.
Here, Marcus, take my cup. I'll have another.
Thank you.
Bring me wine this instant.
Now then, are we all filled? Who will join me in emptying a cup to success?
Just a moment. I'd like a word. I do raise my wine cup to the future. And I'd like to add to the toasts and good wishes by telling you that this morning I became engaged to the loveliest woman in Pompeii, Oriana. And now, may everyone in this atrium, at this table, raise their cups to their lips to love and success. And may Apollo watch over us.
Lovely speech. Very nice.
Houses to build houses. Ship.
Marcus, what is it? What are you saying?
It's too warm for me here. I must go.
Marcus, why are you getting up?
He looks very pale. Perhaps I should go with him.
There is fire in my veins. Stay away from me! Don't try to stop me, anyone. I have my dagger. Stay away! It's tearing at my brain. So many colors, blinding colors!
Alcibiades, come with me. Something has affected his mind. I fear for his life. Will you excuse us? I must go help the poor man. He has suddenly gone mad.
We are in a first century world, looking at it from what is almost the 21st century. I don't know whether it struck you as forcibly as it has me, but so far as I can see, only the conveniences have changed, not the people. The same rich, the same poor, the same stubborn, the same diehards, the foolish, the good, the bad, the loved, the unloved. The only difference is the place where you and I live now doesn't have death breathing fire 4 days from today. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly.
They said it couldn't be written. The book that hit America like a runaway locomotive. The new Consumer Information Catalog.
For the life of me, Foster, your obsession with that book escapes me. It's only a catalog.
The book that's helping America find a better way to live.
What do you find in that catalog?
Something you could never give me, Lillian.
More than 200 back-filled Federal publications listed inside.
Booklets on home and car repairs, weight control, keeping household records, and more. I read them all to be the man you want me to be.
That's a lot of reading.
The book you have to read from the Consumer Information Center of the U.S. government. The new Consumer Information Catalog. It's free. Just write to Free Catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
That's Free Catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009. Send for the book.
Don't wait for the movie.
Do you know how to get the most for your money when you're buying air conditioners, vacuum cleaners, baloney, auto batteries, calculators, washers and dryers, cameras, insulation, house paint, margarine, freezers, tuna fish, insurance, lawnmowers, mopeds, food processors, radios, refrigerators, television sets, stereo systems, and automobiles? Well, these are just a few of the hundreds of products that Consumer Reports tests, rates, and investigates for you. Consumer Reports is published by America's leading non-profit product testing consumer organization, completely independent. When you read Consumer Reports, you'll know how to get the most out of the dollars you you spend. 1,000. Subscribe now to Consumer Reports for this money-saving offer. 11 monthly issues of our magazine, Consumer Reports, plus the invaluable 1980 buying guide issue, plus our 383-page guide to drugs and health, plus the 1981 buying guide issue when published, 331-1000. A total value of $25.75, all for just $12. Just $12. To take advantage of this offer, dial this toll-free number, 800-331-1000. Consumer Reports, 800-331-1000.
And we're at the desperate Battle of Monmouth. A legend is being born before my very eyes. A young woman volunteer, Molly Pitcher, is helping fire one of the American cannon. Can you talk to us, Molly?
Are you kidding? With half of the British Army coming at us? Fire!
But isn't this hot, hard work for a woman?
Hot and hard? Try cooking in a colonial kitchen sometime. Man or woman, we've all got to help our country.
Today, thousands of women are volunteers who have joined National Guard and Reserve units. They are a vital part of our military manpower.
And woman power.
At only a fraction of the cost of equivalent active duty forces, over 300,000 employers have signed a statement of support encouraging employees to participate in Guard and Reserve training. Shouldn't you?
Hey, you employers out there. Don't you know that when you help a volunteer help our country, you're helping yourself? If you haven't signed a statement of support yet, you should be ashamed. Fire!
Write Employer Support, Arlington, Virginia 22209. A public service on behalf of Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve and the Advertising Council.
The second of the Last Days of Pompeii, as originally set down by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Marcus Rufus, an Athenian, while drinking a toast at a banquet, has suddenly gone out of his head and runs wildly from the house of his friend Diomed. Chasing after him to see that he comes to no harm is Arbaces, the high priest, and Accusation, the young brother of Oriana.
Arbaces, what should we do? It's quite dark now. We've walked the length of Pompeii, and Marcus Rufus has disappeared.
I'm worried about that dagger he carries. Supposing he fell on it and injured himself.
What's that?
An owl. Owls and bats live in the tombs of the Via della Tombe.
What makes you think Marcus came this way, Master?
Well, he couldn't have doubled back. You heard him singing before.
But we have no torches. The moon is covered by clouds. We'll never find him here along the street of tombs. There must be thousands of graves and vaults he could be hiding behind.
There they go. A dozen bats.
Never been proved, Senator, but a house will float and a ship will sing.
That's Marcus. He's near us.
Oriana, come help me. I don't feel well.
Arbaces, you take this path and I'll take the one to the left. When you find him, hold his arms behind him so he cannot do himself harm.
Catch me if you can.
Master, I think he's over this way.
The lights, the colors. I've never seen such colors. Is it night or is it the birth of the world?
Master! Arbaces! I think I found Marcus! Marcus? Marcus Rufus. It is I, your friend, your future brother-in-law, Arbaces.
Come enemies, come friends. There's such a new world of color and light.
I can't get through there. It's a labyrinth of tombs. Arbaces! Oh, I wish the moon would come out from behind the clouds so I could see something. Arbaces, where are you?
Stop! You. Why am I in the cemetery? You, sir. Who are you? Answer or forever hold your peace!
Arbaces, did you say you had found Marcus?
Murder!
Oh! Citizens, help me! A murder on the Via della Tombe! Help me or the murderer escapes! Blood! Oh, his poor blood!
Did someone find murder?
Are you a centurion?
Yes, I am.
Then look for yourself.
They tell me they found the lifeless body of Arbaces and that I was standing beside him, blood on my dagger. I remember none of that. I couldn't understand what had happened to my mind.
When I finally came to my senses, my hands had been tied behind my back. I lay in a dungeon. I'd been arrested.
I see you've awakened. Are you Marcus Aurelius Rufus, lately of Athens?
Are you a centurion?
I am.
Then I am Marcus Rufus. Of what am I charged?
Murder.
Whom have I murdered?
A young priest, Arbaces.
Arbaces is dead. How horrible.
You knew the priest.
He was like a brother to me.
Can you stand up?
Yes. Yes, I can. This rope that twists my arms behind me is uncomfortable.
It must remain so. Now, you come with me.
Where are you taking me?
Pompey is fortunate that Publius Cornelius, the Roman senator, is visiting here. He's consented to be the judge.
Publius Cornelius? Was he not a guest of Diomed, the ship owner?
I believe he was. Do you know him?
Very briefly.
Well, that may be fortunate for you. It may assist you in the defense of your life.
Senator, I am accused of a murder I did not commit.
Marcus Rufus, I hardly know where to begin this interrogation. It seems but minutes ago we were all celebrating at the house of Diomed, and you, Marcus Rufus, were an honored guest.
Senator, what happened this evening is equally mysterious to me. I ask myself, is this a living nightmare, or simply am I dreaming?
You are not dreaming. The stain of blood is still on your right hand.
On my right hand? That is only one of the mysteries of this dark deed. Why is there blood on my right hand?
It was reported by the centurion and a witness that you were holding a dagger in that hand when you were discovered with the victim.
But had I attacked anyone, Senator, it would not have been with my right hand. I am left-handed.
You were also somewhat out of your mind, Marcus.
Is it not possible that someone else killed my poor young friend while my mind was wandering, smeared my dagger with the corpse's blood and placed it in my right hand?
That would imply the victim was killed with another's knife. No such knife has been found.
Has another knife been searched for? I ask again, could not another person have done the murder?
For what reason would someone else kill the priest?
For what reason would I wish to kill Arbaces? This very morning, I went to visit his own sister, Oriana, to learn what he already knew, that she had consented to marry me. Now, why would I even wish my future brother-in-law dead? Nay, why would I kill him? That is what I mean by a living nightmare.
Marcus, it is you who must answer questions, not I. It is you who must defend yourself or admit the crime.
I have no defense. I have no memory of the deed. All I can say is I was not myself.
Bring in the witnesses, please. Gentlemen and lady, will you kindly identify yourself?
I am Diomed, Senator, but you know that.
Let us keep this strictly formal. And your name, sir?
I am Arbaces, the high priest of the Temple of Isis.
And you, miss?
I am Julia, the daughter of Diomed.
Would you say, Diomed, that Marcus Rufus here ever evidenced any animosity towards the deceased?
No, I know of none.
Did the prisoner behave in any threatening manner towards the deceased when you last saw him?
Well, you know he didn't, Senator. You were right there at the dinner. Marcus was making a toast when something happened to him. It was as though the god Chaos had taken possession of his body.
You, Julia, I understand you invited the deceased, Arbaces, to the banquet. Was he a friend of yours?
No. He was a friend of mine, Arbaces, the high priest here.
I see. So it was you, Arbaces, who invited the deceased to Diomed's dinner?
I thought it would be pleasant for him. He had been studying the priesthood at our temple. A bright young man. I had no idea it would be his last meal on earth. A terrible end.
I seem to remember you And he went out after Marcus when the accused ran out of the house.
Yes. We both followed him until it became quite dark, and then we got separated.
And then?
Well, by one of the tombs, I thought I saw this Athenian and the young priest in earnest conversation. The Athenian, Marcus, waving his arms wildly, much the same as when you last saw him yourself, Senator, at the banquet. Then I saw him raise his dagger. I ran forward, but too late to avert the blows. He had stabbed his victim twice. I struck the murderer to the ground and called for help.
Marcus Aurelius Rufus, what do you say to that?
Nothing. I remember none of it. I was returned to my cell. An hour later, I was brought some food. As a favor, so that I could eat, the centurion unbound my hands. I grasped the bench I'd been sitting on with both hands. Knocked the centurion flat into a faint and ran.
Who is it that rings my door this time of night?
It is I, Oriana. Marcus Rufus. Let me in.
What are you doing here, Marcus? How could you possibly come here? They haven't even buried my brother yet.
Oriana, there is only one person in the world I can trust, and it's you. I tell you now, I did not kill Arbaces. Whatever spell I was under, whatever sickness infected me, I loved your brother too much to have ever raised a finger against him.
Marcus Aurelius Rufus, we know you've taken refuge in the house of the marble faun. Come out as an honorable man and obey the laws of Rome.
How did they know I was here?
Marcus, there is no place to hide.
If I can get up on the roof, I can escape from roof to roof. There's no moon tonight.
Escape to where?
My boat, perhaps. Perhaps back to Greece.
Marcus, if someone else killed my brother, surely it will be discovered. All you have to do is tell the truth.
You don't understand. I don't know the truth. I cannot remember what happened.
Marcus Rufus, come out of your own free will. Give yourself up.
Oriana, where are the stairs to the upper story?
Was it yesterday, Marcus? Last night, when I, too, suffered a lapse of memory?
By Jove and Jupiter. When you were taken to the temple of Isis. All you remember is a hand over your face and being given something to drink by Arbaces.
It's still a blank, whatever happened in the temple.
Arbaces. Could something have been placed in my cup of wine tonight? Hide me, Oriana, till I can think this through. I was up on the roof before the centurion could gather his wits. I knew these roofs and the way the houses all backed on one another. I'd designed enough of them. No point in remaining in Pompeii now. Perhaps someday I'd come back and clear myself. In the meantime, Oriana would do some thinking. If Arbaces had drugged her, why not me? I jumped for it, missed my step, and turned my ankle.
Too bad, Marcus. You broke that beautiful jar. I've been watching you running about the rooftops like a squirrel. You must think we centurions are fools. Now come along quietly without awakening the rest of the city.
Centurion, how did you know where to find me? Which house?
The witness, Arbaces, told us.
I might have guessed. He is determined to get me into trouble.
The senator has called an emergency meeting of the Senate to determine what to do with you.
I was trapped in this cell, and I knew it. There was no escape now. I knew that, too. I began to doubt my own innocence. Perhaps those who had given evidence against me knew something about me I did not.
Marcus Aurelius Rufus, it is the judgment of the Senate that you may have not been completely sound of mind at the time of the murder. Therefore, to follow the precepts of the primeval god, Chaos, in determining your guilt or innocence, you shall be tried tomorrow by the King of the Beasts.
Oh, no. No!
The lion shall judge. If he slays you not, it will be a true sign you are innocent. If you are guilty, death will be your punishment. It is the judgment of the Senate that you, Marcus Aurelius Rufus, at tomorrow's gladiatorial games, shall be thrown to the lions.
I said before that in 1900 years, all that has changed were the conveniences of living, that people have not. Let me amend that. The meting out of justice, distinguishing the guilty from the innocent, has, thank heaven, also changed. Lions are no longer judges. Appetite no longer determines guilt. But this is Pompeii in 79 A.D., a city with only 3 days of life itself. I shall be back shortly.
When you see her, you walk on by, you don't know him, you won't even try.
That's Stella Reese, singing about how people with epilepsy are sometimes misunderstood. Do you know that epilepsy can happen to anyone, at any age, for many causes? Epilepsy can begin from a bad case of measles. I'm Gerald June. I know. At 9 years old, I contracted measles encephalitis. Now I have epilepsy, but it doesn't stop me from writing music. My kind of epilepsy couldn't have been prevented then. It can now.
When you see her, you walk on by, you don't know him, you won't even try. They don't want you to hold their hands, they just need you to understand.
To learn about causes and prevention, contact your local chapter of the Epilepsy Foundation of America or write Epilepsy, Washington, D.C., 20036.
Tomorrow we bring you the third day of the 5 Last Days of Pompeii. Sir Walter Scott called Pompeii the city of the dead. I deny that. Those whose voices you have heard, whose lives you have shared, are very much alive. And thanks to that eminent author, Sir Edward Bulwer-Lytton, to say nothing of the scholars and archaeologists who came after him, Pompeii lives and will always live. And like all mysteries presented on Mystery Theater, if you wish the truth, you must dig deep. Our cast included Russell Horton, E.V. Juster, Christopher DeBory, Valika Gray, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of the third day in our special series, The Last Days of Pompeii. Half prophet, half fiend.
What kind of wine is it?
You taste it and see. Nothing but the best for our prisoner. Hey, don't throw that.
I threw the entire beaker of wine into the centurion's face, and before he could recover, I'd snatched the keys from his waist, run to the adjoining cell, and unlocked it.
My eyes, I can't see.
What do we do now, Diomed?
We run for it. This way. No. That is closed off. It must be the other way. Oh, by Jupiter, I'm lost. No, I'm not. We can get out down this corridor.
Are you sure you know how to get out of this prison?
You there. You too. That passage leads nowhere.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Today, the third of a 5-part series piecing together the puzzle that was ancient Pompeii. Its people, their lives, their dreams, all suddenly snuffed out by the most dreaded of natural cataclysms, the eruption of an incendiary volcano. Was it, as some preached at that time, a retribution of gods against Pompeii, the city of sin? An accident? Fate? Today's tale takes us 48 hours before the end. A story of men and women who have still very much to live for.
Centurion, will you tell your prisoner, Marcus Rufus, that within an hour, an appeal will be made to the Senate to spare his life?
I'm afraid it's too late for that now.
What do you mean? He is innocent.
Hear that? That lion will decide whether Marcus Rufus is innocent or guilty.
Today's story, Half Prophet, Half Fiend, is the third episode of that classic novel, The Last Days of Pompeii, especially dramatized from the book by Sir Edward Bulwer-Lytton for Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane, and stars Russell Horton and Evie Juster. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Let me bring you up to date. The date, in fact, is August 22nd, 79 A.D. Yes, 1900 years ago. The place, Pompeii. The people, Arbaces, an Egyptian holy man who hardly practices what he preaches, who will turn to anything to gratify his desires. In this case, a young lady called Oriana. There is also Lydia, a blind girl who works as a servant in the house of Marcus Rufus, an Athenian architect. Although Lydia has never actually seen her employer, she loves him. And Marcus Rufus, where is he?
In prison. That's where I, Marcus Aurelius Rufus, am at present. Until yesterday, I was a respected summer resident in Pompeii, with a house, property, and as much work as I cared to take on. But today, here I am, in the house of the condemned, accused of murdering the brother of the woman I want to marry. Unbelievable.
I can't be calm like you, Senator, sitting here in the Imperial box and waiting for the gladiators to begin.
Oh, my dear Diomed, accept it.
I cannot believe that Marcus, a good, honest Athenian, would put a knife in anyone.
Hear me. You're a good man. You have no idea what goes on in the minds of certain people. What can drive them to murder?
Senator, are you saying that I am a simpleton?
No, I'm not. But you have to remember that Marcus Rufus, talented and well-off as he may be, is still a Greek.
Marcus Rufus himself, out of pure friendship, decided to share his professional life with me and give me a new start. He would design houses, I would build them. Now, I ask you, is that the conniving of a criminal? A fresh start in life he was giving me, eh? Well, is it?
Yeah, perhaps, but he's still a Greek.
You're adamant, then. Marcus will be judged in the arena this afternoon, eh?
By a lion. Oh, actually, my friend, I recommended mercy, but it was the decree of the entire Senate. Oh, come now. If your friend is as innocent as you believe, no beast will touch him.
Yes, I know. That's what the Romans believe.
Well, don't you?
How many condemned who defended themselves in this arena against a tiger or a lion? How many have lived to the next day?
Very few. In fact, none. But what does that prove? Merely that they all died because they were all guilty. Here come the first two gladiators. What's the matter, Marcus Rufus?
You don't care for your breakfast?
Tell me, Centurion, do those poor souls who know they're going to be thrown to the lions eat a good breakfast?
Some do, some don't.
All this doesn't seem to bother you a great deal. Bringing meals to the condemned, selecting the lions.
Bother me? Look, I think that you're guilty of stabbing that young priest, Arbaces, and of killing him. You should be thankful I'm your guard, not your judge.
How can civilized people throw a citizen to the lions and believe that if the lion spares you, you're innocent, but if the lion does not, you're not only guilty, but
eaten.
Let's not talk about it.
Well, and why not finish your breakfast, eh? You'll need your strength.
Centurion, do you know at what hour I am to enter the arena?
Well, that's up to the senator to decide. I'll be talking to him. I'm sure he regrets all this.
The senator regrets. What in the name of Jove does he know about death? I was caught in a web of circumstantial evidence. As I remembered that night, I realized some kind of drug must have been put into my wine cup, which, as we Greeks say, blew the mind apart. So, I ran from Diomed's party, and the next thing I knew, there was Arbaces, brother of the woman I loved, lying dead at my feet in a cemetery. His blood on my dagger.
Marcus, it is I, Diomed.
Diomed? Where are you?
In the cell next to yours.
What?
Okay, how are you, my boy?
Just a moment. Are you really imprisoned here in the house of the condemned?
Yes, under lock and key.
I don't understand.
Shh. Now, I don't want the guard to hear. Stand near your high cell window and I'll stand by mine. And then we can talk without raising our voices. Oh, Marcus, I was getting nowhere with the senator up in the imperial box. So I went into the forum and I got myself arrested.
I still don't understand, Diomed.
So I could get near enough to you.
This bulletin from the WWJ newsroom. A major fire is raging out of control at this hour at the Ford Motor Company plastics plant located in Milan. The Monroe County Fire Department classifies the blaze as being a 9-alarm fire with 9 different fire departments on the scene at this hour. Sources tell WWJ the blaze is reaching the critical...
Leaving your cell door open.
Yes.
Good. Now, listen carefully. This is what you must do.
I brought you your noon meal.
You needn't have bothered. I told you I don't think much of your prison chef.
Don't be so picky. Here, let me untie your hands. I brought you a large beaker of excellent wine. Very nourishing. Well, have a sip. Go on, your hands are loose. Mind you, no tricks. My head is still sore where you threw a bench at me yesterday.
What kind of wine is it? Some cheap dregs?
Certainly not. The finest Falernian.
You're joking.
You taste it and see. Nothing but the best for our prison. Here, don't throw that.
I threw the entire beaker of wine into the centurion's face, and before he could recover, I'd snatched the keys from his waist, run to the adjoining cell, and unlocked it. What do we do now, Diomed?
We run for it, and this way. No. That is closed off. It must be the other way. Oh, by Jupiter, I'm lost. No, I'm not. We can get out down this corridor.
Are you sure you know how to get out of this prison?
You there! You too! That passage leads nowhere.
Oh, I thought I was sure.
Where do you think you're running, eh? If you want exercise, Marcus Rufus, you'll have to wait until later this afternoon. The lion will be very happy to give you a workout. Now, back to your cells, the two of you. March!
I'm sorry. Don't worry, Marcus. I'm not giving up. After all, Senator Publius Cornelius was a guest in my house when all this happened. I have just got to find the right approach to him. He will listen to reason.
All right, the two of you. Into your cells. It's not going to be so pleasant anymore.
Oh?
It was pleasant before.
You'll think so when I put leg irons on each of you.
An hour later, I could hear Diomed being released from the house of the condemned. The centurion went back to his post. I wondered how much longer I had to live.
Who is it?
May I enter the house of the condemned?
Who are you? All right, who are you? Why don't you answer, girl, when you're spoken to? What do you want?
I must go to my master. I am Lydia, servant to Marcus Aurelius Rufus.
You can't see him. It's not permitted.
But I have an important and most urgent message for him.
Yeah, you look like a nice girl. Why do you work for a man like that?
He's my master. I'm his slave.
Bought you, I suppose.
Oh, I thank Venus for that.
And you're here to bring him a message. Well, I tell you right now, no.
But why not? There's no harm in a message to one of the state's prisoners, is there?
Until he becomes dinner for the lions, he's shackled in irons. You, Marcus Aurelius Rufus, will try no more tricks, and I advise you to do the same. No tricks. Now, go on home like a nice girl.
Centurion, I am telling the truth. I do have a message for him.
All right, give it to me.
Well, it's not written down. I must tell him myself. It will only take a few minutes.
You don't seem to understand. No one is allowed to see the prisoner. Not that prisoner.
You don't seem to understand, Centurion. I am not able to see my master, but I must tell him.
Oh, you're sightless?
Since birth.
Oh, I'm sorry, miss.
Lydia,
I'm sorry. I hope it won't be difficult for you and your condition to find another master after the games this afternoon.
He is innocent.
Then no lion will touch him. So what have you got to fear?
Lions and tigers are dumb beasts who shall not be entrusted with human lives.
Oh, who tells you that, Lydia?
Mistress Oriana. She is teaching me that the real world is not what we in Pompeii are taught. That man has much to know before he will know himself and the truth.
Yeah, I believe I've heard about that woman, Oriana. Yeah, the free woman, the free thinker. However, Lydia, I live by the rules, and I value my life too much to disobey orders.
Oh, please.
Well, all right. Give me the message, and I promise I'll tell it to Marcus Rufus myself, word for word.
Well, tell my master that his betrothed, Oriana, has had a change of heart. No longer does she believe he is guilty of killing her brother, and that within the hour, she personally will go to see Publius Cornelius, the senator, and beg him to spare Marcus's life.
I think it's too late for that now.
What do you mean? He is innocent, I tell you.
You hear that, little girl? That's the lion. The very lion who'll decide whether Marcus Rufus is guilty or innocent.
Those citizens of Pompeii were people, even as you and I, writes Sir Edward, author of the novel we are adapting. They lived under the shadow of uncertain death, even as you and I. They dealt with justice and injustice, and they dreamed there would always be a tomorrow, even as you and I. What kind of tomorrow, if any, is there in store for Marcus Rufus? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2. We must bear in mind we're tuning in on a civilization that crowded what is now Italy 1,900 years ago. Although man was advanced in many ways, he still placed his faith in many gods. The Christian belief that thou shalt not bear false witness was laughed at or disregarded. Traditional Roman religion was concerned with success, not sin.
Don't you understand, Centurion? Someone is not telling the truth.
What do you mean, someone?
Oriana says someone is a false witness, and she will tell that to the senator.
Young woman, I was that witness. I myself saw the bloody dagger in Marcus's hand, and Oriana's brother dead at his feet.
You were deceived, she says.
And Arbaces, the high priest who actually saw the murder done, he was deceived also. He was right there at the time.
There was someone else who saw the murder.
Who?
A man I used to work for before I was bought from him by Marcus Rufus. Calvus, the tavern keeper.
Oh, why hasn't he come forward?
Well, I think he wants money. This morning he came to Oriana's house and said he had proof if Oriana would make it worth his while.
Oh, his proof has a price.
When she asked him how much, he said, "You decide."
And then?
She said, "I have decided. Get out of my house immediately."
So he left, huh?
But he said he'd be back later.
Later may be too late.
Oh, I hope not. Oh, when do the condemned... Oh, I mean...
In the late afternoon. After the gladiators come the prisoners of war, and the last enter the arena are the condemned. You haven't much time.
I must go. I'm charged with finding Arbaces, the high priest, and ask him to come and see Oriana urgently.
Arbaces, the principal accuser and witness?
Oriana has known him for many years. She believes he may be able to help.
Arbaces? You are Arbaces, the high priest.
I am.
I speak with you. You've not yet shared the pleasure, Master. My name is Calvus. I keep a tavern near the bay down by the docks. I wonder, what I have to say to you is such a private nature. Is there any, place we might talk?
These men fashioning the new marble pillars, they're Egyptian workmen from Luxor.
Oh.
It's rebuilding the broken front of the temple.
Ah, yes, from yesterday's earthquake.
Yes, exactly. We can sit here and talk. They don't speak our language. What brings you here this morning, Calvus?
Yeah, I know, as do many others in Pompeii, that you have a strong attachment, shall we say, for Oriana. But she is betrothed to an Athenian who in a very few hours, if all goes well in the arena, will no longer be a rival. Unless, of course, the lions leave him alone, or Marcus Rufus is proved innocent.
I don't follow you.
Don't you? You, of all people, must know Marcus Rufus is innocent of that murder.
Explain yourself.
I was there, Master, that night. I was in that grove by the Street of Tombs. I saw it all. I saw your dagger, Arbaces, pierce the heart of Epicides.
You were alone?
Oh, yes, quite alone. Now, I think I should tell you that I went to see Oriana this morning.
You're a man with a good business sense. Did you make her an offer to sell what you saw?
She sent me away. Wouldn't hear me out.
I'm glad you came to see me, Calvus. Now, if you don't mind, I had better look after my workmen. You come around next week sometime, and we will talk gold.
Before I go, honored sir, would you consider... Wouldn't you like to give me something in advance before Marcus is thrown to the lions this afternoon?
You couldn't wait until tomorrow.
Tomorrow, you might forget. And in all probability, an innocent man will have paid for your crime.
What price, Calvus?
I'll leave that to you. I've heard tell that you have a treasury of gold. That is as great as Nero's. So they say. Down there. Below the temple. Underground.
Well, your silence should be rewarded.
Lead the way, Arbaces. I'll be right at your heels.
The temple is closed for repairs, young lady.
Is Arbaces the high priest here?
He was here a few minutes ago.
Well, it's important that I find him.
Well, have a look around. He couldn't have gone far. I saw him with a tavern keeper. You know, Calvus, the bald-headed.
Calvus?
You know him?
I used to work in his tavern.
I thought I'd seen you before. I'm the foreman on this job. You'll excuse me, but you keep looking at me in such a peculiar way.
Unfortunately, Master Foreman, I can't see you. I'm blind.
No. Such a beautiful girl. What a tragedy.
Oh, my life is no tragedy, believe me. Can you help me find Arbaces?
Of course I will. I think he took the back stairway down to the galleries under the temple. Give me your hand, miss. I'll lead you down. Now, it's dark down here. I can hardly see a thing. Keep holding onto my hands.
Perhaps I should be leading you. I'm used to the dark.
No, he's got to be down here somewhere.
Calvus, we turn right at the end of this passage.
Is that him?
Huh. Yeah, it's the high priest. Now, where did that voice come from?
No one could ever find your gold, believe me. They spent days down here looking.
That's Calvus. I recognize his voice.
Well, I'd better go now. You just walk straight along. If he sees me, he'll be angry that I'm not up there working.
Here we are. This door.
Now, Calvus, you take this lamp and hold it high so I can see the keyhole.
So this is where the gold of the temple is kept.
Yes, you'll see for yourself. Careful. Hold the lamp steady. Don't drip any oil or we could start a fire. I'll unlock the door. It's strange. It won't open. Oh, of course, it's been some time since I placed gold in the vault. Well, what is it?
I feel faint. I hadn't realized how little air there is down here. I can hardly breathe.
Oh, my friend. Gold doesn't need to breathe. Stand aside. I'll give it another try. Now, you go first. Go ahead.
Me?
Yes, you may enter first and feast your eyes, Calvus.
Certainly, yes. Why are you pushing me?
I'm going to fall. Don't, please! Help! Arbaces, why have you shut me up in this tomb?
You wanted gold, you miserable tavern keeper. Go on, amuse yourself with it. Eat it. Drink it.
Arbaces, are you mad? Let me out.
This will teach you. You come to me with threats and demands for your silence.
I didn't mean it. Please. Let me out. I beg you.
Go, scream if you wish. No one can hear you.
I'm choking in here. Arbaces, master, please. I beg you. Let me out.
Goodbye, Calvus. I showed no mercy when you saw me dispose of Arbaces. Why should I show any for you? Smother, starve, and die.
Calvus?
Who's there? Who's out there?
It is I, Lydia.
Who? What?
Lydia. Remember?
Lydia? Well, not the same blind girl who worked for me in my tavern.
Yes, Calvus. The same Lydia whom you would whip when you felt like it.
Lydia, listen to me. I didn't mean all that. I always thought of you like a daughter.
If Marcus Aurelius Rufus hadn't bought me from you, I would have run away.
Marcus Rufus, exactly. I want to save him. If you love your master, you'll want to save him too.
From the lion?
Yes, exactly. But you must hurry.
Well, what is it you know that can save him?
I know who really killed Oriana's brother. Take that information to the senator. The senator, Publius Cornelius. The others are nobodies. Tell him to stop the gladiatorial games until I am free to reveal the truth. That will save Marcus Rufus's life. Tell the senator I've been locked up here by the high priest. Locked up and left for dead. He wants me dead because I know the truth. Lydia? Lydia, do you hear me?
I don't know what to think.
You're not going to leave me here. Go, quickly, and tell the senator I've been imprisoned here. And that as soon as I'm freed, I'll tell Publius Cornelius who the real murderer is.
Not my master, Marcus Rufus.
Yes. I do mean that. Now, go.
before it's too late.
Well, who is this young lady? May I ask what you're doing down here? Don't you know this is consecrated ground?
Are you Arbaces, the high priest? It is your voice.
Indeed I am.
My mistress, Oriana, has asked me to find you and for you to please see her as soon as you can. She said that.
Oh, did she? Well, is that why you are here, little lady? Talking to yourself?
I'm talking to Calvus.
To who?
Calvus. He's... Oh.
He's... what?
Behind that door.
Oh, there is no one behind that door, child. Perhaps you're not feeling too well.
Why do you say that? Of course Calvus is in there. I know his voice.
Well, shall we see for ourselves? Here, I'll open it. Go inside. Go have a look around. There's no one in there.
Why are you pushing me through the door? Oh, please, let go of me. Calvus, come help me. I don't want to go in here.
Oh, but you must, you little...
Oh, Calvus, help!
Marcus Rufus, you are to come with me.
4 hours before noon, I was taken from my cell to one of the cages underneath the amphitheater. I still had not eaten or drunk. Sometimes strange potions are given to the prisoners, and I was taking no chances. In a cage next to mine roared a very hungry lion. As was the custom, he had been starved to put him in the proper mood for an encounter in the arena. My only comfort was the blessed news from that dear blind Lydia that my beloved Oriana no longer doubted my innocence. I thought much about Oriana and wondered if I should ever see her again.
It was the national sport of those early centuries to throw gladiators, slaves, and criminals into an arena with wild beasts. Were the Romans more bloodthirsty than we today? Not if you can understand that human life 2,000 years ago did not have the value it has today. Today, bloodletting is an inhuman act. Yesterday, blood was the drink of the gods. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Act 3 of the third of the Last Days of Pompeii. Let me set the scene. In the atrium of the House of the Marble Faun, a meeting of Oriana and Arbaces. As Bulwer-Lytton describes the man, he is stately, with dark hair, dark robes flowing long and loose, arms outstretched, glittering eyes, fierce with a savage gladness, half prophet and half fiend.
Oriana.
It was good of you to come here, Arbaces, when you are so busy.
Rebuilding the temple? Oriana, you forget how often and how happily I used to visit your house. But that is past.
Are we not friends still?
How can you ask? I would have been here sooner, but I only just learned that you needed me.
Did you bring Lydia back here with you?
Well, isn't she here? She left me at the temple an hour ago.
No, I haven't seen her. It's not like her to dawdle on the road. Arbaces, forgive me, but time is precious, and I must speak what's on my mind. At first, I mistrusted Marcus, but now I am convinced of his innocence. He did not kill my brother.
What makes you believe so?
A dream I had last night. I was at Delphi in my dream, and the oracle spoke.
Well, dreams seldom speak the truth.
Dreams are the visions of the gods. Marcus is no murderer.
Well, I wish for your sake that it were so, Oriana. But with my own eyes, I saw him, the bloody knife in his hand.
You lie. It could not be.
I wish it were not.
I hate you, Arbaces, for saying so.
Why did you send for me, Oriana? What can I do?
Arbaces, use your powers, your influence. If you are able to set Marcus free, I promise you I shall never see him again. I have to know he is alive. Arbaces, I beg you.
Believe me, if I could save Marcus, I would.
Go now to Publius Cornelius and recant. You were the chief witness against him. Say you were mistaken. Anything.
I'm helpless.
It cannot be. The oracle has spoken. It is not Marcus who slew Arbaces. Don't you understand? Marcus isn't capable of murder. He loved my brother.
But he was not himself. Suddenly he ran from Diomed's house, shouting strange oaths like a madman.
Couldn't you prevail upon the senator and insist that Marcus had lost his mind? He was no longer Marcus himself, but Marcus infected by the god Chaos.
Oriana, if I could have Marcus freed, removed from the lion's den, if he made no appearance this afternoon at the gladiatorial games...
Could you?
I said if. Would you consent to be my wife?
Your wife?
Has it never crossed your mind that since you are a young girl, I have loved you deeply?
Wife? My brother's blood unavenged. The man I love with all my heart. To be torn apart by a wild beast this very afternoon. And you ask marriage of me? Never.
But why never? What had I to do with your brother's death, except to have arrived too late to prevent the deed?
Arbaces, I swear to you on the altar of Isis, if Marcus should die this afternoon, I shall follow him in death.
Oh, my dearest, you cannot.
If ever you loved me, do not fail me. You have denounced Marcus. Go now and forswear that accusation, or accept my blood as well as his on your hands.
Marcus Rufus, are you ready?
My readiness, Centurion, doesn't seem to matter. The lion is ready.
Even though you're a condemned criminal, Rufus, Roman law is merciful.
It doesn't sound very merciful.
When it's your turn to enter the amphitheater, you won't be pushed into the arena with nothing to defend yourself. Now, this dagger will be yours.
Oh, thank you. Am I next?
No. They have a half a dozen gladiators to watch before we get to the criminals and the Christians and the lions. When it's your turn, Rufus, I'll be back to tell you.
I'm in no hurry.
Niger has done it again. How many sesterces did you lose, Diomed?
10, Senator, but frankly, my heart isn't in the games today.
What? Because of Marcus? Oh, my dear Diomed, I am sorry about Marcus Rufus, but you mustn't let it spoil the day for you. And now, what? Something's wrong. There's a delay for some reason. Well, how about some wine, eh, Diomed? That'll perk you up. I'll have it brought here to the Imperial box.
Yes, I suppose so.
My dear man, Marcus Rufus may be your friend, but he killed a man. I can do nothing. You there, slave. Some wine and 2 silver cups.
Senator, you wished wine?
I wished wine some time ago. You certainly took long enough. Offer a cup to my friend first.
Oh, here, sir.
Slave, haven't I seen you before?
Your voice is familiar, sir.
All right. Pour the wine. Don't stand there. Take up the jug and pour. Go on, slave. Go. No. Let me pour it. Get out. Now, what in heaven's name are you doing? are you doing? You've spilled wine all over the floor.
That is where I've seen her before. Ah, yes, girl, at Calvis wine shop. Aren't you the slave Marcus Rufus purchased the day that we were there?
Clean up this mess, do you hear me?
Please, Senator, I meant no harm. It was only to catch your attention.
How can you be so careless? Are you blind?
Yes, Senator. The girl is blind.
Senator, will you please read this note? Please read it.
All right, give it to me. What is this? I can't make head or tail of it. Where did you get this?
Calvis, the wine merchant, my former master, and myself. We've been locked in a dungeon. I managed to find an opening too small for him to escape from, but he gave me this note and told me to find you at all costs. So I changed places with the slave who was to serve you.
Dear Ned, read this. This is a note from that Calvis who claims that Marcus Rufus had no hand in the murder he's accused of.
Hey, I knew it. I knew he was innocent. You'll have to stop the games now.
No, it's too late. Slave, you, female.
Yes, Senator?
This, Calvis, who claims he knows the real murderer of Oriana's brother, where is he?
Locked up underneath the temple of Isis. Arbaces, the high priest, forced us both into a vault.
Did I hear my name mentioned?
Yes, Arbaces, there seems to be some question here.
Your face is familiar, slave girl. Do you have a sister?
No, master. It was I, Lydia. Don't you know me?
She says you locked her in a vault.
What nonsense.
Read this note, Arbaces.
What is this? Is this some kind of a joke?
It's a serious accusation, Arbaces. Your word is questioned.
Calvis writes that he's your prisoner and he swears Marcus is no murderer.
Who is this Calvis? This note could very well be a forgery. You're not taking the word of a tavern keeper and slave girl against that of a high priest.
Oh, who would bother to forge the seal of Calvis? For what reason?
It's quite obvious that dear Ned sets his friendship with this Athenian murderer above the law.
Well, enough of this bickering, or we'll have a riot on our hands. Centurion! Where is that fool?
Yes, Publius Cornelius.
Where were you? Centurion, do not release Marcus Rufus from his cell until I give the word. So, Arbaces, you know nothing about people being imprisoned underneath your temple?
Nothing. I know nothing about it. Here, take my keys, Centurion. Go to the temple. Try all the doors. If such a man is prisoner, bring him here. I have nothing to hide. Oriana, what brings you to the Imperial box?
I told you I would be here. With your kind permission, Senator.
You shouldn't have come to the amphitheater.
Madam, are you Oriana?
Am I in time? I don't see my Marcus in the arena. Arbaces, is it you? Have you been able to put a stop to this?
Oriana, may I introduce myself? I am Diomed, an old friend of Marcus. It has been decided he is not going to grapple with the lion.
Oh, great Zeus. Oh. Who do I have to thank for this?
I, madam. I ordered a delay in the proceedings.
Oh, thank the gods for that.
Great Caesar! What is happening down there?
It's Marcus. He is walking into the arena. Senator, you said he wouldn't be released.
The Centurion must have arrived down there too late. But, Madam Oriana, if Marcus Aurelius Rufus is innocent, he will not be harmed.
You are an insane fool to believe that.
Apollo, help us. The lion has been let out of its cage. No, I cannot look.
I don't think the lion has seen Marcus. Marcus is standing there, his arms folded. He has a dagger, such a small blade. Now, the lion sees Marcus, but the lion backs away. It's turning now, circling the arena. How strange.
Tell me.
The lion looks as though it were trying to run away. Get out of the arena. It tried to leap over the parapet between the arena and the first row. It's fallen back. It's crawling. Actually crawling close to the earth.
This is madness. Wherever did they get such a cowardly beast? Oh, these games will be the laughing stock of the world.
Mistress, what's happening now? The lion is creeping back to its own cage. I've never seen such a look on the face of an animal before.
It was fear. I know animals. I've hunted wild boars and tigers, trapped lions and elephants. That lion was frightened. Not of me. Of something somewhere in the air over Pompeii. A signal, perhaps, that only the native intelligence of the king of beasts could understand.
Today, with a greater knowledge of man and beast, we can comprehend what in those days only an animal could sense. Through the ages, we have learned that an animal can spot danger long before man. Instinctively, that lion wanted to hide. But the people of Pompeii, never once did they look over their shoulders at the smoldering Vesuvius. I shall return shortly. Edward Bulwer-Lytton, the author of The Last Days of Pompeii, paints a broad canvas, but with tiny, detailed strokes. He balances the personal comedies and tragedies against the public drama about to unfold. When next we take to the airwaves, we shall be 24 hours before Pompeii disappears forever under an avalanche of volcanic ash and lava. I shall be here then and describe that scene for you. Our cast included Russell Horton, Ian Martin, Earl Hammond, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of the fourth day in our special series, The Last Days of Pompeii. Danger, love, and death.
You go back upstairs to the Imperial box. Go up this way and around. It's safer than crossing the arena. I'll walk you along the arcade to the steps. There he lies in his cage, poor creature. He's more frightened of me than I am of him.
I don't think he likes you.
He likes me well enough to have spared my life. Didn't you, old boy? He's broken out of his cage. Oriana, don't move. Now, stand where you are, behind the door where it's swung open. Hey! Now inside his cage, quick!
Now what are we going to do? We're shut inside the lion's cage, and he's outside.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Today, the fourth part of 5 installments rekindling the fires 19 centuries old. Not only the flames in men's hearts, but the smoldering of Mount Vesuvius, which after centuries of inactivity suddenly erupted in 79 A.D., wiping out cities, farms, cattle, and people in 24 hours. The time now? One day before that volcanic fountain of burning gas and rocks bursts into the early morning sky, and Pompeii is no more.
The lion is loose.
Come with me.
There's no place to go.
Inside his cage, quick.
Well, now, what are we going to do? We're shut inside the lion's cage, and he's outside.
At least we're alive.
Our drama is entitled Danger, Love, and Death. It is based in part on Bulwer-Lytton's classic novel, The Last Days of Pompeii, and has been especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane. It stars Russell Horton and Patricia Elliott. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In the Imperial Box of the great amphitheater on a hot August afternoon, along with some 10,000 citizens of Rome and Pompeii. A lion has just run fearfully from the arena. The crowd is hissing and stamping its feet. For centuries, Romans believed blood the most precious gift they could offer their gods. And for centuries, the convicted walked by the Imperial Box crying, Ave Imperator, morituri te salutant. Hail, Emperor, we who are about to die, salute thee. This day, one of the condemned did not have to speak those words.
I was that one person, Marcus Aurelius Rufus. Arrested for a murder I could not have committed, sentenced to face a lion in the arena, and now free. Because the lion would not face me. I could look out across the arena into the Imperial Box and see my friend Diomed listening to a very angry senator.
Diomed, I must be insane. How could this have happened to me?
Senator, you forget. It happened to me as well.
3 days ago, I come to your house for a party you're giving for Marcus Rufus. Suddenly, he runs from your house. Later that night, I'm told he stabbed a young priest to death in the cemetery, and then, what's-his-name, makes a formal accusation.
Arbaces, the Egyptian high priest.
I never liked that man. Cold eyes, staring. However, he and the centurion are valid witnesses, right? So the Senate decrees Marcus is to face a lion. Open and shut. One would think.
Until Lydia, the blind servant girl.
Until she comes here and tells me there's another witness to the murder. Now, what am I to do? A senator is only a servant of the people, you know.
I know that.
So I bring Marcus into the arena, turn the lion loose, and the craven animal won't even look at him. He crawls away.
A sign from the gods that Marcus is innocent.
Nonsense. The accused is innocent if, in hand-to-hand combat with a lion or tiger, he wins. No one is innocent by default. And where is that sister of the deceased, that Oriana, who was screaming and yelling here?
Oh, she went down below to be with Marcus Rufus, now that he's in the clear.
It is not definite yet. I am far from satisfied.
But you wouldn't vote that Marcus be faced with another lion, would you?
A man cannot be brought to trial twice for the same crime. The gladiatorial games today are a shambles. Marcus comes out and all I can see is the lion's tail. And the people don't like it.
Listen with an open mind to this Calvus when the centurion brings him here. I know Calvus to be an honest man.
A tavern keeper, an honest man?
Did I hear someone say Calvus?
We're waiting for him, Arbaces.
Where is this Calvus whom I'm supposed to have locked up?
The centurion will fetch him.
If the man is there.
Oh, speak of the devil. Oh, Calvus, you look a little worn. I'm glad you're here.
No more than I am. It's been a strain. Diomed transfers. It's good to see you.
You know the senator?
Oh, yes. I've attended him occasionally in the tavern. Senator, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for having rescued me.
You can thank Lydia, the slave girl.
I found this man in the gallery below the Isis temple exactly where the slave girl showed me that he was imprisoned. Here are your keys, High Priest.
Oh, what's the High Priest doing here? I don't want to talk to him.
You found this wine merchant in my temple. I have no idea how he got there.
Well, Senator, if you have no further need of me...
None whatsoever. Dismissed. Calvus, come here. Your message said you saw the murder of the young priest with your own eyes.
Yes, I did, Senator. I swear to it.
You saw who stabbed Arbaces?
Oh, I did, Senator. You have my word.
And it was not Marcus Aurelius Rufus?
No, it was not.
Enough. We shall hear your testimony at a more suitable time and place. Arbaces of Egypt, you have heard the charge. What do you have to say?
I still say I saw Marcus plunge the dagger.
You lie! It was you, Arbaces. You stabbed that young priest to death. I confronted you with that not 5 hours ago in your temple. You wanted me to have gold in return for silence.
This is not the time or place.
When I followed you down to those dungeons to fetch the gold, you locked me into an airless room. You left me to die.
I said enough. We shall hear your testimony at a suitable time and place. Arbaces, you wish to answer?
At the proper time and the proper place, I'll answer.
Marcus, how long are they going to keep you here?
Until the Senate decides whether I'm to be set free or not.
At least you're not locked up and I'm allowed to visit you. Oh, Marcus, can you ever forgive me?
My darling Oriana, you were so overcome with grief at the death of Arbaces, you didn't know what you were saying.
But to accuse you, how could I have done that?
Oh, that entire night was insane. Now I'm sure I was poisoned, but why and by whom, I've no idea.
I've been up in the Imperial box to plead with Senator Publius Cornelius. And while I was there was a hue and cry about a wine merchant who had actually seen my brother killed.
Not old Calvus, by any chance?
Yes, that's the name. The centurion was sent to fetch him, but I don't trust him.
You don't? Why?
He came to see me at the crack of dawn today, said he had evidence to sell me and to name my price. I thought he was lying, and I shut him out of the house.
Oriana, you must calm yourself. Now, you go back upstairs to the Imperial box. Go up this way and around. It's safer than crossing the arena. I'll walk you along the arcade to the steps. There he lies in his cage, poor creature. He's more frightened of me than I am of him.
I don't think he likes you.
He likes me well enough to have spared my life. Didn't you, old boy? He's broken out of his cage. Oriana, don't move. Now, stand where you are, behind the door where it swung open. Now inside his cage, quick.
Now what are we going to do? We're shut inside the lion's cage, and he's outside.
At least we're alive. The lion loose only added to the confusion. The guards subdued the beast quickly and released Oriana and me. No one knew what to do with me because the senator had ordered the games to a halt. And all of Pompeii was sitting in the bleachers with no entertainment. They were getting angrier about a minute.
They want to throw Arbaces to the lions. I smell a riot. I smell it coming.
Senator Publius Cornelius, I've sent as many guards as I have all over the amphitheater, but the people won't be quiet. Rumor is spreading like wildfire.
Rumor about what, Centurion? Speak up.
Well, they know Calvus was imprisoned by the high priest, and that the high priest is hiding something. They're shouting they want Arbaces to explain.
I'll speak to them. Make room for me at the edge of the balcony.
Hear me, O citizens of Pompeii! I am Arbaces, and I wish to speak to you. Citizens, who do you see here in the Imperial box? This man.
Stand up, Senator.
This man is your Senator Publius Cornelius. Next to him is his friend Diomed, whose ships have brought all of us precious cargoes from many countries. And this man here is Calvus. Hear me, I say! Hear me out! This man, Calvus, came to me, threatening he would make a charge against me he has now made unless I would buy his silence with gold. Arbaces is lying! He Peace! I beg of you, hear me out! Go back to Egypt! Yes! I am an Egyptian, a stranger here, and for that you may despise me.
The crowd became unruly, accusing Arbaces of murder and of attempting to kill Calvus.
Yes! I decoyed this man, Calvus, to a place under the temple, pretending it was filled with gold, resolving to detain him there until the true criminal was punished. I meant no worse than that. Can anyone here in this great amphitheater blame me for trying to protect my reputation, my life?
High priest, they believe that Calvus is telling the truth.
Where was this Calvus when the Senate was reaching its verdict? Why didn't he come forward then with the story that it was another's hand that plunged the dagger into my young priest's back or into his heart? Whatever his story is, I loved that boy, that Epiphides, as if he were my own. Calvus would have you believe it was me. When I proclaimed the guilt of Marcus Rufus, why did not Calvus come forward and accuse me of lying then? I suggest to you that this wine merchant you see standing here is more interested in the color of gold than in the ring of truth.
You and I, listening to this harangue in this century, know Arbaces is indeed guilty of murder. But in the century of this story, no one could be sure. In the words of that great Roman lawyer, scholar, and statesman, Cicero, it is the nature of a scoundrel to deceive by lying. How far from the truth will the people of Pompeii be misled? Or is there a greater retribution in store? We shall know more when I return shortly with Act 2. Though the specter of death looms over Pompeii, man continues on his brutal and selfish way. Love, greed, jealousy, even murder are enacted by the characters we have met. Arbaces, the high priest, will stop at nothing to gain his ends. Marcus Rufus, unjustly thrown to the lions. The two women who love him, the high-born Oriana and the blind slave girl Lydia, all playing their little parts before the curtain descends for the last time.
Lydia, I didn't expect to find you here at the gladiators' entrance. I was just on my way to the Imperial box. What happened to you before?
I was unable to return to your home, mistress, because I was locked up by that high priest.
You too, Lydia. How many years I thought he was my friend. Then, without any warning, he destroyed all my faith in him.
You are easily deceived, Mistress Oriana.
Lydia, because you are blind, it does not give you the freedom to speak to me in such a fashion. I know that Marcus thinks highly of you, but you must not forget, you are a slave, purchased for his household. Friendship is one thing, license is another. Out of friendship, I have been happy to teach you history and art. Open your eyes.
I don't wish those favors any longer, mistress.
What?
Do you really care about me, mistress? Or am I not just an experiment? Oh, I'll do my work carefully, silently, but I do not wish for your friendship.
I cannot understand why you are so angry with me. I should have thought now that your master, Marcus Rufus, is at last free from false accusations and the danger of death. You would be happy, not bitter.
You can be happy, mistress. Now Marcus Rufus is alive. He will marry you, and you both will live in harmony and wealth. I have nothing to be happy about.
Is it your blindness that is speaking?
I am grateful that I am blind. At least I cannot see the expression on your faces. The delight you have in each other's company.
Little Lydia, don't tell me. Are you jealous?
I am nobody. Who looks at a slave? What am I useful for? To draw the water for the bath? To carry food to the atrium? To deliver messages, clean stone steps? A slave is a nobody. No one can change that, and no one cares enough to. My only fortune is I am unable to see the smug faces of Roman nobility, Mistress Oriana. Stop that. Yes. A slave can be slapped anytime. Beaten.
Not another word. I have done more in this town to awaken people to inequities. I won't have such talk from you.
What have I done? What have I said?
Oh, my dear child, there's a wonderful life in store for you, even without your eyes. There is the sound of the lyre, the whisper of winds, the song of the birds. Life has much in store for you.
I am not a child. I am a woman.
My dear, you have a wonderful life to look forward to.
I hate what I'm doing. I hate every day. But I do not hate him. I love him. And because I am a slave, he will never know.
Confusion reigned in the amphitheater, and I took advantage of it. Why wait a moment longer for the senator and the senate and the authorities, whoever they are, to decide my fate? I walked out into the middle of the arena carrying a torch. The sun was going down. A hush fell over thousands. It didn't matter whether I was Roman or Greek. I was a wronged man.
Fellow citizens, we have all seen a lion terrified. I say to you, it has nothing to do with my guilt or innocence. I say to you, isn't it more likely that the gods about us have decided they will no longer tolerate our primitive, barbaric, senseless punishments? That lion felt the very presence of the angry gods and fled to hide in shame. Are we mortals more stupid than the beast? No! Then let us have no more justice meted out by wild beasts.
Master, you sent for me?
Yes, Lydia, I did. You accompanied Oriana back to the Imperial box?
Yes. We both heard you speaking to the people from the arena. Oh, it was inspiring. Everyone is talking about it.
Did the Centurion bring you here?
No. He just whispered to me that you wanted to see me. I found my own way without any trouble.
I still cannot get over how you managed to get around without eyes. You have great courage.
Do you think so?
I've been sitting here waiting for the verdict and thinking how much I owe you, Lydia. The Centurion told me it was you who rescued old Calvus, who gave new evidence to clear me.
I never thought I'd be grateful to him. But there it is.
You have done more, far more, than any slave has ever done for any master. You risked your life.
I would do it again. For you?
Now, did Calvus make a specific accusation? Did he actually see someone kill Arbaces?
Oh, yes, he did.
Who?
The Egyptian priest, Arbaces.
Oh. Arbaces?
Yes. I have vowed to Jupiter, the Lord of Justice, I shall make to him daily sacrifices if Calvus's word is believed and you are set free.
Lydia, I sent for you to thank you. But I realize there is no way I can ever reward such faith.
Reward?
Oh, your cheeks are wet, child. Why are you crying?
From happiness, I guess. Master, you will not think it foolish or forward of me if I ask to touch your face. Because I know you only through the sound of your voice. If you could permit such a liberty, my fingers to find your face, that would be reward enough.
getting dark. And still, the crowd is remaining in their seats.
I'm having the torches lit.
Senator, how much longer will we have to await the Senate's verdict? They're taking so long to agree.
To agree to reverse their decision? Yes.
At least the crowd seems to have calmed down.
Yeah, makes a nice picture. You see? 4 pairs of wrestlers at the same time.
Publius, do you have any doubts as to the outcome of the Senate vote?
No, not really. I recommended Marcus be restored his freedom and that Calvus' testimony of the Egyptian's guilt be examined carefully.
Oriana will be relieved. It's been a certain strain for her. Oh, by the way, where is she?
Well, I don't see her. It's strange. She was over there talking to Calvus. No, neither of them are here.
Senator, I have news.
Well, then, approach and tell me. I hope it's news of the Senate's decision.
Senator, Marcus Aurelius Rufus is to be freed. Calvus to be taken into custody for further questioning.
And what of the Egyptian?
Well, all things being equal, sir, it being his word against the wine merchants, the edict of the god Chaos is to be fulfilled.
Chaos. That means...
That means, my dear Diomed, that the Egyptian is to be tested in the arena. Centurion, have your beast ready. Now, we have a crowd pleaser.
How wise old Cicero was when he said, "The crowd values few things according to truth, but many according to report."
Centurion, where is Arbaces, the high priest?
I thought he was here in the box under guard with you, Senator.
Oh, you idiot! You are in charge. Why didn't you see which way he went?
Just vanished. Disappeared.
We'll get him, Senator.
You say. I don't like it. He knew we were waiting for word from the Senate. I don't like it at all.
Marcus. Hail the conquering hero. Oh, dear boy, I'm so relieved it's all over.
Yes, thanks to little Lydia. Come into the box with me, child. Of course, I haven't any official word yet that I'm exonerated. Just the crowd.
Publius, Senator, please, tell this young man his days of horror are over.
On behalf of the Senate, Marcus, I apologize for what you have gone through. Officially, all charges against you have been dropped.
Oh, Master, I knew it. I'm so happy.
I think we all realize the fidelity of your servant Lydia and what a large part she played in the turn of events. So, on her behalf, I shall recommend to the Senate a reward of 200 sestertia.
I don't know what to say. Oh, wait until I tell my lady. Oh, where is Oriana? My lady? Mistress?
Oriana's not here?
I wonder if she left at the same time as the Egyptian.
What's that? Arbaces was here and he's gone too?
Careless security. I put him on his honor to remain until we'd heard word from the Senate.
No. Oriana would not have left with him, not of her own free will. She told me and she told Lydia she suspected him.
Of what, Marcus?
And I'll be frank. Of wanting to get me out of the way so he could persuade Oriana to be his wife.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
He actually kidnapped her several days ago, the day of the quake. I got her away. He has a strange power. We in Athens call it hypnotikos, which means put to sleep. He can make people actually believe what he wants.
The temple Isis.
Lydia? What did you just say?
The temple.
What of the temple?
The high priest. He could have taken her there, Mistress Oriana.
Where, child?
To the same subterranean gallery where Calvus and I were locked up. Well, isn't it possible? The high priest could be hiding her down there.
Lydia, you found your way out. Can you show us the way in? The torches in the amphitheater were extinguished. An unsatisfied mob of people filtered out. There were mutterings everywhere, dissatisfied murmurs. Where was Arbaces? Why hadn't he been put to the lions? Arbaces was an evil man and should be destroyed. And then, someone I knew spotted me and Lydia, and the cry went out, "Follow Marcus. He knows where the Egyptian is. Follow Marcus." Dawn was breaking by the time I reached the temple of Isis. And there he was, in front of a crowd.
Do you accuse me, an anointed representative of the goddess Isis, of running away from my duty? I
stand here on the steps of this temple, and I challenge any man in Pompeii, any face I see before me in the torchlight, I challenge him to accuse me of wrongdoing. Ah, there is my friend Marcus.
I say to you, Arbaces, I care not what the state or the Senate charge you with. That's not why I'm here.
You care not because you could not charge me, Marcus Aurelius Rufus.
I came here looking for the woman I love, Oriana. Now, where is she?
I have no idea.
You lie!
Think what you like.
Vesuvius!
What is it? What's happened?
Look! A pillar of fire! An enormous black cloud is covering the sky!
Behold how the gods protect the guiltless. The fires of avenging orcas have burst forth against the false witness of my accuser.
In the words of the author Bulwer-Lytton, the eyes of the crowd beheld a vast vapor shooting from the summit of Vesuvius in the form of a gigantic black pine tree. The trunk, all blackness, the branches, all fire. Then the mountain cloud rolled towards them, dark and rapid like a torrent. I shall return shortly with Act 3. It is unlikely that many within the sound of my voice have ever been near enough to an erupting volcano to know its cruelty. Whether we can adequately recreate for you the horror of flaming gas and rocks bursting thousands of feet into the air, the noxious fumes poisoning the lungs, the ash fallout smothering a city. Whether we can do dramatic justice to that tragedy, I don't know. I do know that as our curtain rises, death itself panics and stampedes the people of Pompeii.
Where is Oriana, Arbaces? Where is she?
I told you I had no idea.
You accused me of murder once. This time I shall do it if you don't tell me this instant what you've done with her.
Let go of my throat. Let go.
Arbaces? Where is she?
Master, stop! You'll kill him!
Strangle the truth out of him. Arbaces, where is she?
Master, stop! If you choke him, how can he stop?
The girl is right. My neck. I tell you, I know nothing.
Lydia, what's the matter?
Something in my nose. Throat. Air. I can't. It hurts to breathe.
Lydia, you can thank Jupiter you're spared the hideous sight of black cloud obscuring the sun. You're right. It's like a knife in my throat.
Take my hand, Master Marcus, and I'll find the way to the underground galleries.
Is that where you think Oriana may have been taken?
Oh, I hope so. For your sake.
To look at all those poor people of Pompeii. That woman back there on fire and too late for anyone to save her.
Come along, Senator. We must hurry.
And that old man who had fallen in the street. I tried to help.
Well, he was obviously dead. We couldn't do anything for him.
And his daughter, convinced he was still alive and trying to lift him up. I don't think we're going to get through all this alive. It's a madhouse.
Senator, you come along with me and you'll be quite safe.
I have 3 cellars, one under the other. We can hide there until these cinders stop falling from the sky.
Diomed, I am eternally grateful.
I'm sure my daughter Julia is having the servants bring food and wine for Earl. She's a very capable girl. Last week, that earthquake, remember?
Yes.
Yes, you remember the forum was badly damaged.
If you could walk a little slower, Diomed, it's a bit hard for me to keep up.
As I was saying, Julia, the moment she felt a tremor, she took everything that was breakable, the statues, the pottery, even the woolens hanging on the walls, anything that could get damaged. Julia took them all down and placed them on the floor. Nothing got broken.
I'm glad I sent my wife, daughters, back to Rome. It's too hot in Pompeii, and August is a terrible month. My wife and daughters are visiting my mother. Is it much further, dear man?
No, my friend, not much. Just keep in front of you the thought that in a few moments, you and I shall be safe in my cellar with a cup of wine. Drink our thanks to Zeus and Jupiter.
Wait a moment. Let me see on this curbstone. Oh, my heart. Dear man, I don't think I can walk much further. It's too hard for me to breathe. Terrible gas. It's vile. Blackness everywhere.
Certainly, Matt. Just sit a while.
These cinders are falling on me. They close up my eyes like black snowflakes. Dear man, go. Good friend, go. I cannot. I cannot move.
This way, Master. Turn here.
Oh, you're fantastic, Lydia. The way you go along all these passages, just like feeling the walls with one hand. How can you tell? I can't even see where I'm going.
I have never seen where I'm going. My hands have always been my eyes. Another right, and then there'll be the door.
Just one door?
The door to the gold vault, where Glaucus and I were confined. But there are other doors.
I'm going to start calling her name. If Oriana answers, we'll know which door. Oriana?
This is the door. It's open. But of course, the Centurion unlocked it to release Glaucus.
Oriana, are you in here?
Here, hold on to my hand, and we'll walk to the far end. It's very long. Now, careful of those sacks. They're all over.
Great Zeus, all those gold coins. There's more here than Nero himself ever had. I don't think Oriana is here. She would have heard us. Oriana?
Unless she's been injured.
I never thought of that.
It's a few steps further on where I escaped. There's a hole that leads to the street.
Shh. Listen. Don't say anything. Oriana! No, she's not here. Will you lead me to some of the other rooms? We've tried every door that was open. I've called her name 1,000 times. She's not here. The only other place I can think of looking is the house at the end of the Via dell'Abbondanza. Her place, the house of the marble faun.
Do you wish to take my hand to lead you out?
No. My eyes have become used to the dark now. Left here, 4 yards, right. And then this goes to the corridor where the gold vault is. Who's that? Who are you? What are you? Where are you going?
Let go of me. I haven't done anything to you.
It's Glaucus. I know his voice. Glaucus, don't you know me? Lydia?
Lydia? Glaucus. What are you doing here under the temple?
Marcus, Rufus, is it you?
If you come here to hide, believe me, it's not safe.
I came here to get some gold.
That gold in there?
I thought of it right away. After what that Egyptian has done to me, I think I deserve it.
Don't waste your time grabbing gold. Pompeii is falling apart up there. What good are a few coins going to do you if you can't get away?
We must hurry, Master.
Oh, I'm going to load myself up with as much as I can carry. Why not? He would have let me die down here. So I'm taking what I can get. And Lydia, bless you and thank you for saving my life.
Calvin, don't go in there. It's not safe.
He's gone. I didn't want to hear you.
If all that smoke and that poison air comes down from the street, he'll die. Oh, why wouldn't he listen to me?
When a man has gold fever, there's no cure. No. Our problem is to find the Via dell'Abbondanza to Oriana's house. Are you sure we're on the right street?
Master, keep walking straight. Oh, what is it that keeps falling on me? It smells so strange. Thick and warm.
They're ashes from Vesuvius. Don't get panicky. Just brush them off as I'm doing. When they fall on you, brush them off.
I can't see them.
There's nothing to be frightened of. I have to brush them off myself also.
Oh, what would I do without you, Master?
What would I do without you? I'd never find my way in a million years. Oh, be careful. A chariot. Step to your right against the doorway. It's empty with 2 runaway horses.
The horses are hurt.
Will somebody help me, please? I'm not well. Doesn't anybody know me? I am Senator Publius Cornelius. Please, somebody help me to my house.
Well. I don't believe it. If it isn't the great senator himself.
Centurion! Oh, my dear Centurion. Just the man I want to see.
Well, you want to see me? I should have thought I was too much of an idiot for you to have anything to do with me.
What?
Oh, don't you remember how often the great Senator Publius Cornelius had to put up with that stupid centurion?
What are you saying?
Nice to run into you, Senator. Enjoy yourself sitting by the side of the road.
Please, Centurion, don't leave me.
The marble fawn, I'm sure of it.
I wouldn't know the place. It's gutted. You're sure, Lydia?
Feel here, against the wall. The bell.
Oriana?
Let's walk forward in a straight line.
Oh, the pity of it. A beautiful garden turned into rocks and ashes. Oriana? Lydia, where did you go? I can't see you.
Walk towards me. Do you see where I am? I'm sitting at the fountain. Can you see the marble fawn? Is it still there?
Yes, this is her house.
Oh, the marble fawn. I have my hand on its little face.
Oh, Lydia, you did find her house. Oriana, it's Marcus.
Marcus, is that you?
Yes, where are you?
Be careful. Something's giving way. Marcus! The roof is falling in.
Lydia, pull those tiles away on your side.
Yes.
Marcus, you'll be all right. We'll have you out. There's his arm. Lydia, help me pull out his arm.
Yes.
Slowly. Yes. I see his shoulder. Oh, look. His poor face. His eyes are closed.
Oh, Mistress Oriana, what God are you praying to?
There. One side of him is free. Marcus, can you hear me? He's opening his eyes. Oh, Lydia, keep pulling me. We'll have him out.
Oriana.
My love.
Lydia.
Master, can you move your arms?
Oh, yes, I can. If I felt like making a joke about the roof falling on me, I'd say, that was a blow. I don't know what to advise. Here it is, mid-afternoon, but it's black as night.
Except for those flames shooting out of Vesuvius, like flashes of lightning.
I could perhaps find some back roads.
If we take the main roads out of Pompeii, we'll be trampled to death. Every street is jammed with crowds screaming, running.
Death all around us. What is there left to do but to pray?
Mistress Ariana, I have faith we shall live. There must be a reason that the three of us are here, together. And that reason must be life.
Lydia speaks wisdom. At one time or another, each of us has saved the other's life.
Master, if you hadn't purchased my servitude from the tavern keeper Calvus, who knows where I'd be now?
Then let us three remain together. Perhaps we shall live through this. Perhaps not. But at least we shall not die alone.
Picture, if you will, the terrified city of Pompeii, and Roman citizens trampling one another underfoot in desperation to escape. See in your mind's eye a mountain turned pyromaniac, its open-mouthed furnace spewing out fiery exhaust. It is fire against flesh, and there can be but one consequence. I shall return shortly. When next we have your ear, it will be the last day of Pompeii, that fateful August day of 79 A.D., in which the last rites over a buried city are performed. A city which lay in secret for centuries and was not disinterred for almost 2,000 years. Yet our story does not end unhappily. I look forward to telling you about the miracle of those who survived. Our cast included Russell Horton, Patricia Elliott, Earl Hammond, Evie Juster, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of the fifth day in our special series, The Last Days of Pompeii, the buried city.
Lydia, look at you. Your leg. What happened to it?
It will be all right, Master. Mistress Oriana, is that you?
Sweet Lydia, never mind. You're safe. Marcus told me about you and that baby.
The gods were with me. I managed to crawl out with the baby safely. And the mother came and took her.
Welcome to the end of the world, my friend.
Diomed, there is no time. Now, where are your boats?
I leave life with a taste of grape on my lips.
Mariana, I've never seen him like this. Your daughter, Julia, your wife, are they safe?
They are dead, Marcus. When I reached my house, I went down to the cellar. Death had arrived before I did.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Today, the conclusion of a 5-part version of Bulwer-Lytton's tremendous book, The Last Days of Pompeii. Our theater of the mind takes advantage of your imagination, inviting you to actually take part in this fatal and total destruction of an ancient city and the annihilation of its people. Lives, loves, and dreams come to life because you will them to life. To you, they are flesh and blood. Their deeds and misdeeds as vivid as your neighbors, and their heroism as inspiring. Stay with us for the last day of Pompeii.
We cannot sit here like rats in a trap and do nothing.
What would you have me do, Oriana? Stop Vesuvius?
We must save ourselves so that we can tell this story to others. What children?
What children? Pompeii is being buried. There will be no more children. That is our fate. Based on Bulwer-Lytton's The Last Days of Pompeii, this adaptation for the Mystery Theater, The Last Day, was written by Gerald Keane and stars Russell Horton and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. A city at the edge of the Bay of Naples in Italy lies stricken. Terror stalks the streets as Vesuvius, a volcano dormant for 1,000 years, awakens and spits death into the sky. To bring us up to date, let me call upon that young Greek architect, Marcus Aurelius Rufus, who happened to be living on Roman soil in that seaside suburb of Pompeii that fateful third week in August 79 A.D., 1900 years ago. When death is close, events past do flash before you. As the screams and shouts of those running from Pompeii sounded outside the house of the Marble Faun, I sat with the girl I'd planned to marry, Oriana, and my blind servant girl Lydia, resigned to the deluge of cinders and ashes and the tide of lava that would soon bury us. Accidents had ruled my life, it seemed, like the first day I'd met this blind girl. I'd been walking home with an old friend, Diomed, the ship owner. That chariot is out of control. Diomed is coming this way.
We'd better duck into this doorway.
Great Jove, there's a girl crossing the avenue. Doesn't she see it? Look out!
Marcus, what are you doing? Get back here!
Hold on to me, girl. We're going to jump for it. That was a close call. What's wrong with you? Didn't you hear me shouting?
You saved my life, sir.
I know I did. I almost lost mine. You're supposed to look when you cross the road. But didn't you see or hear anything? Are you deaf, dumb, and blind?
No, Your Grace. Only blind.
Then, the accident of meeting Oriana. That night, her brother was attacked in the street. I'd driven off the ruffians and helped the young man to his house.
I can't thank you enough for rescuing my brother.
I had no idea his sister was the Oriana.
Is that so extraordinary?
To me, it is. I've wanted to meet you ever since I came to Pompeii from Athens.
Have you? Well, good night. And thank you again, Marcus Rufus.
Your brother was clobbered pretty severely. I'm glad he's gone to lie down, but don't you think you should call the doctor?
No, I don't. I can dress his wounds perfectly well.
You don't mind the sight of blood?
You ask that because I'm a woman.
Oh, I suppose I do.
Don't you know, Marcus Rufus, the female of the species is far hardier than the male?
Mm-hmm. In what way?
In all ways. You men may have made war and thrown spears for a longer time than we, but women are still stronger and braver and able to stand more pain.
Tell me more, Oriana.
It's high time today, 79 years after the birth of Christ, for women to feel equal and to stand up for themselves.
Jesus Christ, that revolution?
And about time someone started that revolution. loving thy neighbor and his other teachings, are far more just and powerful than the superstitions Rome and Pompeii live by. Marcus, will you say something?
Sorry, Oriana. I was just remembering how I met you and Lydia.
It was only 5 days ago, Master. It could have been 5 years. So much has happened.
Here we are. 3 young people. We've hardly seen life, and we're going to die. There's no use pretending otherwise. How much time have we got to live? 1 hour, 1 day? Even if we went out there on the road and didn't get trampled to death, we'd suffocate. It's black with falling cinders as far as anyone can see. This house, this atrium is our grave.
Master?
Yes, my little blind lady, what is it?
I don't want to die.
Nobody does, Lydia.
Do we have any choice?
Lydia's right. We can't just sit here like rats in a trap and do nothing.
My lovely Oriana, fate brought us together, tore us apart. Fate finally reunited us.
I don't understand you.
My point is, fate makes the decisions, and it has decided that this is the end.
I refuse to believe that Lydia, you and I were put on this earth merely to accept or sit and console one another. If there is an Almighty, he must expect us to do something.
What, stop Vesuvius?
Save ourselves so that we can tell this story to others. Perhaps there's a reason Pompeii is being destroyed. Perhaps Pompeii has brought it all upon itself. What good are we to the generations to come lying here under the cinders? What good are we to our children?
What children? There will be no more children. This is our fate.
You believe in fate. I believe in God. Both expect a little cooperation. I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to breathe.
Let us make a run for it, then. Why not?
Yes, why not, Lydia? I agree. You can only die once. Marcus, what say we try for Herculaneum? There must be one road open. I'm not sitting here in this wreck of a house waiting to die.
Mr. Soriano, there is another way. I know how we can get to the shore from the Via dell'Abbondanza. I know a path that nobody knows.
But
nobody uses.
Lydia, the shore is on the other side of town.
Don't you see, Marcus, how right Lydia is? Everyone is running north, out of the city. We head the other way, into the city, down past the Forum.
Yes, if we can make it to the shore, we'll find a boat. There must be lots of boats.
Lydia, are you certain that you can lead us through all this blackness?
Without eyes, more easily than either of you.
The 3 of us together, then.
Not yet. Let me go first, Master, and scout the way. I can get through crowds faster alone. You be holding me back. I'll go to each of the roads which can lead us to the path I told you about. Whichever seems to have the fewest people on it, I'll come back here and tell you.
Absolutely not, Lydia. Do you think I'm letting you out there alone? With runaway horses, crazed people, falling buildings? Marcus is right.
Let him go with you to find the best open road. Go on. You two. I'll wait here for you.
Lydia, someone's left a baby here in the doorway.
Little one, where is your mother? Oh, dear little one. No.
There's nobody even looking this way. I can't think where the mother is. People are running by. No one's stopping.
Little one, don't cry.
There's a baby here. Can the mother of this baby hear me?
I'm looking for my own children. I haven't got time.
Lydia, we cannot wait here any longer. We must find a way to the shore.
There. All right. Oh, I have you in my arms, little thing. No, I won't put you down.
Lydia, please, will you put it down and come?
I am not leaving this child here, of course not.
We can't carry it with us. Besides, the mother probably just left it here and went back to her house to fetch something. Now, all right, put it back in the doorway.
It's not an it, it's a baby. Master, I'm not going away. I shall wait for the mother.
Lydia, listen to reason, please. Oriana is waiting for us.
Master, I should not refuse you. It is the duty of a slave to obey. But the gods will punish me, I know, if I abandon this small thing.
All right, have it your own way. I'll go on and reconnoiter and come back here for you. Now, you wait here, Lydia. I'll be back as soon as I can.
can find you. Little one. Can you hear my voice, baby? I'm crying to you. The roof must have come down over us. The street gave way. Oh, my leg. It's caught. I can't move it. I'm coming, little one. I'm putting out my hands everywhere on the ground to find you. Speak again, little darling. Go on. I found you. Oh, there. Isn't that nice? Oh, you fit so well in my arms. Oh, my leg. I must have twisted it underneath. If I could only turn a little and untwist it. No, don't worry, little darling. I'm not going to move. I'm not leaving you. Oh, I can feel your tiny little fist. It's so sweet. You don't have to worry. Someone will find us. This is what happened to me when I was a little girl. I was left on a doorstep, just like you. And someone found me.
Marcus, Aurelius, Reuben. Marcus, that's you. Diomed, where are you going?
Anywhere. Hey, it doesn't matter. Are you with Oriana? Where is she?
Well, she's waiting for me at her house on the Via dell'Abbondanza.
She's alive.
Oh, yes. I'm looking for a road south. I'm all confused and turned around. Diomed, do you know which way south is?
From here to there. What does it matter?
Diomed, stop that. What's the matter with you? I have to go south to join up with a path to go to the waterfront. Now, which is the best way?
Goodbye, Marcus. Goodbye, Pompeii. Any road you take is death.
Diomed, come along with me. I left Lydia in a doorway 2 streets down, and we're going back to her. She knows her way like a homing pigeon.
Have you seen my baby, Have you seen my baby?
What? Yes, I did. There was a baby. Did you leave your child in a doorway on the Via dell'Abbondanza?
You saw her.
You stupid woman. That child might have... Anything could have happened to it. Diomed, come back here. Diomed!
Where is my baby now?
Come with me.
But I've been to the house where I left her. The house is no more.
What? What did you say?
The house is gone. There's nothing left there but wood and tiles and stone.
Pliny, the Roman author and administrator, was an eyewitness to the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 A.D. He describes it as a cloud like a huge pine tree, shooting up to great height, a tall trunk of fire and smoke with branches of falling cinders. The cloud, sometimes bright, sometimes dark, spotted with earth and rocks. A terrible sight to behold. I shall return shortly with Act 2. The tens of thousands in Pompeii who lost everything, most of them their lives, must have in those final moments felt betrayed by the goddess protector of their city, Venus. What had they done wrong? Why were the gods punishing them so harshly? Where had they sinned, and how, to deserve this monstrous retribution? And everywhere, on every corner, tragedy upon tragedy.
That's where the house was.
Lydia, can you hear me?
The house is gone. There's nothing but stone.
Don't panic. Follow me around to the side. Here. The bakery of Modestus. The ovens are built right into the ground. You wait here. get on my hands and knees and crawl through the big oven. It may go underneath the house where you left your baby.
I'll go with you. I must find her.
Stay here. My friend Diomed will take care of you.
He's gone. The breast is gone. There's no one here.
Diomed, where are you? The man who was with me, did you see where he went?
He's gone. The baby is somewhere under these stones. Let me go first. I want to go first.
To help me. Rubble in 2 houses higher than my head. There was no way of digging out Lydia, the woman, or her baby. The air, every minute, getting thicker and thicker with an avalanche of ashes. I had to get back to Oriana. Somehow we'd have to find our way to the waterfront if we wanted to survive.
Marcus, why have you been so long? It's been hours. Where's Lydia?
I don't know, Oriana. She may be dead. A building collapsed on her. That's all I can tell you.
No, you didn't find the way? I thought Lydia was...
Oh, we became separated. There was a tiny baby abandoned by its mother. I told Lydia to come along with me. She wouldn't. She would not leave the baby.
That mother must have been desperate to leave an infant alone like that.
Oh, they're all buried together now. Lydia was our only hope. Oriana, let's decide.
I've decided. You lead the way, Marcus. Wherever it is, at least we'll be together.
Ashes already knee-deep. In some places, lava was boiling into the houses. Blazing rocks dropping on roofs, setting fires, bouncing into the streets, killing horses, overturning chariots. Citizens gasping, choking, falling into the road like sheaves of wheat. Oriana and I beat off the cinders with our hands. Slowly, carefully, we crossed the town, the forum, out the sea gate, and finally came to the waterfront. Only one building was standing, all stone. The tavern where Diomed and I so often met. We ran inside.
Marcus, there's a man drinking at a table in the corner.
Diomed, I can't believe it. What are you doing?
Having myself a cup of wine. Sit, all of you. Oh, Oriana, welcome. We met once in the Imperial box at the gladiatorial games. I don't know whether you remember.
Diomed, why didn't you stay with us?
Your little blind slave showed me the way back to my boat.
Lydia's here.
I had to say farewell to my boat. My galleys are sunk. My warehouses are on fire.
Diomed, try to make sense. Listen to me. Where is Lydia?
Lydia?
You say she brought you here. Now, where is she?
Master, is that your voice?
Lydia? Lydia, look at you. Your leg. What happened to it?
It will be all right, Master. Mistress Oriana, is that you? Oh, sweet Lydia. Never mind. You're safe. Marcus told me about you and that baby. The gods were with me. I managed to crawl up with the baby safely. Oh, and the mother came and took her.
Oh, and welcome to the end of the world, my friend.
Diomed, there is no time. Where are your folks?
I live life with a taste of grape on my lips.
Oriana, I've never seen him like this. Your daughter, Julia, your wife, are they safe?
They are dead, Marcus. Both dead. When I reached my house, I went down to the cellar. Death had arrived before I did. There they were. My 2 ladies, sitting, waiting for me, asphyxiated by the fumes.
Oh, dear Diomed, I'm so sorry to hear of your great loss.
Well, my dear Oriana, I'm glad you and Marcus are alive together. So, tell me, Marcus, what did we struggle for, huh? You, an architect building houses, me with my ships to bring food to people. The giant mountain we thought was asleep, it woke up and reached out with flames, and all our houses and our ships are gone in smoke.
But we must live, Diomed. There's still time to do something.
But is it worth the effort? Before old Vesuvius is done, he will have dug all our graves and buried all of Pompeii. So, Let us fill our cups with wine and drink to an honorable death.
I refuse to drink to death.
Lydia.
Master Diomed, I didn't lead you out of the city to hear you speak like favourably is right.
Diomed, what would your wife and daughter say if they heard you giving up?
Yes, forgive me. Forgive me, all of you.
It's agreed, then. We take to the water.
Yes. I have 4 sailboats riding at anchor, not 50 yards from here.
One of them surely must be seaworthy.
Yes, the child is right. Now, one for 4 of us will sail as far as the winds will take us.
We ran outside. Only 2 of Diomed's sailboats were seaworthy. The other 2 charred wrecks. We chose the larger. Flaming rocks dropped around us as if launched from an enemy catapult. Diomed took the oars, Oriana the tiller. I untied the rope, pushed us off, and jumped in. You have a second pair of oars, Diomed?
Yes. Stowed away with the provisions. We each take one of these. Here, I'll move over. You take the left oar. There.
Why don't we hoist sail? We'd move faster.
No. There are too many flaming stones and burning cinders to set our sail on fire. Now, first we'll row as fast as we can out of the danger area, and then up with the sails.
Oriana, set your course to the mouth of the Arno, then turn into the bay from Vesuvius.
Ahoy there! Hello!
Who is that on shore calling to us?
I can barely see someone waving from the wharf.
We're not that far.
He looks familiar, but with all that black smoke and that curtain of cinders, I can't make him out.
Show your hands, any oars!
What?
Oars! Any oars! There's a boat here with no oars!
Diomed, do you have any spare oars?
Yes, we have. Perhaps we should turn back and give them to the man.
It's Arbaces, the Egyptian priest.
Lydia, how can you tell?
By his voice.
If it is Arbaces, let him burn for his sins. Are you Arbaces?
Yes, I am! Can you hurry? The fires are getting very close!
I'm happy to hear it. Diomed, let's pick up speed.
Just a moment.
I'm certainly not helping that man live one moment longer.
Take your oar out of the water, Marcus, like I'm doing.
What for?
We are going to turn back.
No, what do you expect of me? That man almost ruined my life.
If someone needs help, I don't care who he is or what he's done. Say what you will. He is human.
I dispute that. He's a monster.
Let his sins be on his head, not mine. And I know what God in what boat in what heaven may at this very moment be judging me. And if I need a pair of oars to steer me clear, perhaps he will refuse me. I don't care what he's done. Arbaces is a human being, and I am going to help him. Oriana, turn the tiller as far as she'll go. We're heading back to the dock. Ease up on your arm, Marcus. Now, here, backwater with me. Hold her steady, Oriana. When we're alongside, I want you to hand the spares to Arbaces. You'll be closest to him.
As long as I don't have to be any closer than a 10-foot oar.
Ready for the men to come back.
Goodness had nothing to do with it. Catch hold of the stern, will you?
Got it.
There's one oar, Oriana.
All right.
Got it. I thank you. And here's the second. Well, thank you a second time. Diomed, I take it that skiff over there is yours.
Help yourself. It'll be firewood if it's left there.
Quite a few large sacks you're carrying, Arbaces. Yes, as many as I could handle. Could they be gold? Let us say they are all my worldly possessions, except one. And I think I shall avail myself of that right now.
What are you doing? Let go of me.
Thank you, Oriana. I am barely lifting you off the boat.
Don't let go of her.
Arbaces, let go of her. If you don't release Oriana this instant, I'll tell you. Marcus, if you so much as move 1 millimeter from that seat in the boat, just one, I am warning you. Your Oriana will feel my hands tighten about her throat.
Marcus, keep talking to him. He can't really see us now. Now there's a curtain of black cinders covering the dock. start rowing.
Marcus, very wise of you. Take my advice and row away. Oriana is safe with me.
We shall do as you say, Arbaces. Let me row, I say.
Come back.
It's going to be all right, Marcus. Keep rowing slowly. What are we doing? Why are we rowing away? We distract him. Now, take a good look over there in the water. It is Lydia. She's swimming through the waves like a fish. More like a champion from Olympia. What is she going to do? What can she do? To rescue Oriana needs the prize. Now, I suspect Lydia has a plan, and I think it will work.
Author Bulwer-Lytton tells us those who ran home and tried to rescue their belongings lost their lives. The remains of Pompeii attest to bodies that fell with bags of jewelry, silver and gold, frozen in their flight. Those who made for the shore had a chance to survive. Will Oriana be an exception? What is to be her fate? More, much more, when I return shortly with Act 3. A small boat with 2 men at the oars, refugees from the burning city of Pompeii, drifts offshore. The beautiful Oriana is being held against her will by an Egyptian priest. He is mad, no doubt. But how does one deal with a madman? Unseen, Lydia, the blind girl, climbs slowly, hand over hand, up onto the dock where Oriana is being held captive.
Struggling, Oriana. You'll never get back into that boat. They have deserted you.
I won't go with you.
You've broken them.
What did you do? The gods forgive me, but I could not let him take you from me. I can see him still. Up here on the dock. Doubled over. What did you do to him? Oriana, will you take the lead toward the boat? And I follow your voice? Oriana! Over this way! I'll be your eyes, Lydia. Almost half to the boat now. What did you do? Jump in and swim for the dock? It was Steelman's plan. How could you know exactly where I was standing? The Egyptian's voice guided me to you. When I climbed out of the water, I went to the dock, felt my way to one of the oars lying there, heard his voice again, and tracked him as hard as I could across the lake. Oh, you are the miracle girl of all. If we come out of this alive, it will be thanks to you.
Oriana! Lydia! Take both oars.
Where's the next point? I can hear it. I'm all right.
Yes. And now, here, I've got you by both wrists. There. Yes, now. As soon as I pull Lydia into the boat, your neck, Oriana. There. You're not cold, it's all you, huh?
Oh, Vesuvius has made the entire bay a bath of hot water.
With Oriana and Lydia safe in the stern, Diomed and I rowed as fast as we could, zigzagging across the bay to avoid the falling ice. At last, we were out of range of the black, burning death. The moon appeared. We dropped anchor.
It's hard to believe we have left all that behind us.
Lydia, there are no words to thank you. For Oriana and myself, you've always been our deliverer, our daughter of the gods.
Such a beautiful city. And for it to end so horribly with such ugliness.
Judgment Day.
But why were we being judged?
Men like that Egyptian, hiding his sins behind a cloth of priesthood.
What makes a man turn so? When I first knew him, Marcus, I was 16. Believe me, he was a good man. He was so sincere.
Oriana, I have one thing on my conscience. I did tell you when I reached my house, I found my daughter Julia and my wife dead.
Dear, now don't go into that again. I know it's so painful.
Well, Julia was alive. Barely alive. I took her in my arms and she said, Father, can you forgive me? And then she told me, you remember the party I gave to celebrate the partnership of Marcus and me? When something seemed to madden him and he rushed out of my house with Arbaces and your brother after him?
Yes?
I remember.
It was my daughter Julia who placed the dangerous potion in your wine cup, Marcus. She confessed it to me.
Julia? But why?
She had obtained it from that Egyptian. She hadn't intended anything evil. She was jealous of you, Oriana, and hoped to cause trouble for us, scandal. But Arbaces used Marcus' temporary madness to kill your brother. Now it is out. We shall not mention that creature's name again, or even think about him.
I have a happier thought. Lydia? What do you suppose I've been thinking?
I don't know.
Romans are permitted to make free their slaves. I'm sure no one will mind if an Athenian like myself does the same. Lydia, from this moment you are no one's servant, no one's slave. I shall endow you with sufficient money so you may be independent. Study if you wish, learn and be free. It's a small reward, my dear Lydia, for your constant faithfulness.
And my life, which I also owe you.
Since we're remaining at anchor till dawn, I'd like to get a little sleep. Any objections?
Certainly not. We'll take turns. Marcus, you and Diomed sleep first. Got a great deal of sailing to do tomorrow. And Lydia and I will keep watch till dawn.
You women, I don't know. But not till dawn.
Marcus, aren't we equal in all things? Aren't you convinced?
You win. It's your watch. I'd rather take a nap than lose another argument.
Diana, are they asleep?
Think so?
What does it look like out there? I can hear the water. It's so quiet. Could you describe it for me?
Well, you're right. The bay is quiet. Waves gentle, back and forth, like a cradle, you know. That soft, slow motion of a cradle rocked by a mother.
We had no cradle in my home for me.
But your mother must have held you in her arms.
I was an abandoned baby. Perhaps that's why I could never see.
Oh, Lydia, I say to myself every day, why should such a lovely girl as you be so afflicted?
We all have things we don't wish to think about, mistress. That is mine.
You must not call me mistress anymore. You're a free woman now.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Hello! I need help!
There's someone out there in the water calling.
I can hear, but I can't see them.
Should we call up anchor and row to them?
No, better not. I hate to wake Marcus and Diomed when they're so exhausted.
Hello!
Hello? Are you all right?
My boat capsized! Can we help? I'm paddling with one oar. I'm trying to find you in this pitch black and get closer.
Arbaces!
Oriana, it seems fate won't allow us to be separated.
Master! Master! Master, please! Wake up!
What is it?
The Egyptian!
Our old friend. What do you want, Arbaces?
I want to come aboard. I don't know how much longer this wreck will stay afloat.
We have no room for you here.
Perhaps I can persuade you.
Diomed, grab your oar. Let's row.
You've got a spear!
Do I come aboard? I won't hesitate to bring this javelin down right where you're sitting, you murderer!
Let me help you pull that anchor, Lydia.
Diomed,
Shove your oar up against this hull and give it a good heave. I can't get the oar out of the roll.
He brought down that javelin right through his own body. He's sinking.
Seconds later, we were rowing away from this evil man as fast as we could. Did he hang on to what was left of his sinking craft? We never found out. Greed and anger had cast him adrift and sunk him. I've no doubt the bags of gold he had stolen had capsized. His fate was no longer in his own hands, but in the hands of the gods. We dropped anchor further out. The women kept watch.
It's a long night keeping watch. Especially when it's two people have only one set of eyes.
Oh, if you just could be here. It's very reassuring, Lydia.
Mr. Soriano, tell me more what you can see.
Vesuvius is still glowing. But the pillar of fire and smoke is no more. If I didn't know of the horror it had caused, I would think it was the friendly lamp of a lighthouse.
What is a lighthouse?
Oh, a building with a light that shines over the water to welcome ships at night in all kinds of weather.
Mister, I would like to be a lighthouse for people.
Lydia, no more mistress, plain Oriana. You're a free woman. You are like me.
I am not like you. You with your two eyes.
Lydia.
What good is my freedom? Freedom to be alone? You asked me once, was I jealous? I don't know. You asked me, was it Marcus? Oh, I love to say that name. Yes, it is he. Not Master Marcus anymore. Though he could be my master for the rest of my life.
Please, little Lydia, don't carry on so.
Oh, yes, don't, Lydia. Don't this, don't that. How can I stop my feelings? Yes, I am jealous of you, Oriana. Twice I saved him. Saved his life. All right. Small return for what he's done for me. But it's hopeless, isn't it? Isn't it?
I told you once, someday the right man will appear for you.
He has. But he's not for me.
I think Diomed is waking up.
What is the hour? Not dawn yet, eh? Oriana, come over here and get your rest beside Marcus. I will keep watch. I shall sit myself up here beside little Lydia, and we shall keep the watch together.
When I awoke, it was dawn. The sky clear. Oriana was asleep, her head resting on my lap. Diomed sprawled across the tiller, also fast asleep. But Lydia, where was she? Diomed. Oh, Oriana, wake up.
What is it?
We're drifting.
What? Drifting?
Where is Lydia?
What? Lydia? Well,
could I have dreamed it?
Dreamed what? Oriana, look all around you. She must be out there somewhere.
What were you dreaming, Diomed?
That I saw Lydia get up and move quietly, slowly, to where you were sleeping, Marcus. For a long time, she looked down at you. And then she bent forward.
Yes? And?
But it's so strange. It is hard for me to believe it happened. If it did, then she bent forward and kissed you, and then stood back with a little movement of her hand that was almost as if she was waving goodbye to you. Then, if I was awake, well, I must have dropped off back to sleep.
We must look for her. Everywhere we must find her.
I think she went overboard and swam ashore.
But why? Where? Back to Pompeii, to Herculaneum, to burnt out cities? What life for her there?
Lydia is too good a swimmer not to have made it ashore.
In these currents at night? That's some distance. The water thrashing about because of Vesuvius. Look how far from land we've drifted.
Marcus, look here. The anchor. The chain is here. there, but not the anchor. Where is it?
In vain, we searched the bay for miles around. There was no sign of her. We dreaded to think what she must have done. Tied herself to the anchor and disappeared forever. There is always the hope, of course, that our sweet Lydia, once a slave, lives somewhere. But so far as we know, our beloved friend never lived to enjoy one day of her new freedom. The sailboat that escaped Pompeii with 4 passengers arrived on a far shore with 3. Life went on. Diomed rebuilt his shipping empire. Marcus and Oriana did marry, and yet, as Marcus says in the book, my mind has never shaken off the dark shadow of the last day of Pompeii. The horror and desolation of that awful ruin, and the mystery of the disappearance of our beloved blind daughter of the gods. I shall be back shortly.
Author Bulwer-Lytton tells us in his preface, he will be pleased if this story, whatever its imperfections, should be found a portrait not altogether unfaithful to the age. And what is far more important, he says, may it be a just representation of the human passions and the human heart, which in all ages are the same. It is with this in mind that Mystery Theater has unearthed Pompeii for you, not as a buried city, but as a buried treasure. Our cast included Russell Horton, Marion Seldes, Evie Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Any negativism may serve as a fuel for a bonfire.
Oh, come on. You're talking to me.
It's the truth. Fortunately, I was able to retrieve the situation.
Yeah, I guess you were.
You have a positively murderous look in your eyes.
I do?
You've been very hostile lately, and it shows.
I guess it does.
You look angry enough to kill somebody.
I guess I am. That's why I went out and bought one of these.
That's a revolver.
No, it's not. It's an automatic. See? You don't know everything.
You do realize you're pointing it at me.
How nonchalantly well-bred we've become. A far cry indeed from Murphy's Diner. But just one little pull on the trigger, and you fall from that high estate. Down.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is Jackson Beck in the CBS broadcasting booth way up at the top of the great amphitheater of Pompeii. It's Navy Day here in Pompeii, this blistering hot 26th day of August in the year 79. Navy Day, and no doubt about it. The mighty Roman fleet, fresh from its recent Mediterranean maneuvers, is anchored right out here in the Bay of Naples. And every Navy man that could get liberty is jam-packed into this amphitheater. Practically the whole population of Pompeii, 20,000 people, have turned out to honor the watchdogs of the empire, the mighty Roman fleet commanded by Pliny the Elder. Yes, it's a great day for Pompeii. From my vantage point way up high, I can see this big bowl full of Pompeians spread out before me, and they're having a whale of a time. The games haven't started yet.
August 26,
up rapidly.
79 A.D., the last day of Pompeii.
CBS is there.
CBS takes you back 1,869 years to a city in the shadow of an epic catastrophe. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
August 26, 79 A.D. The amphitheater in Pompeii and Jackson Beck
finds the Roman fleet in Pompeii's backyard. And the Pompeians have been looking forward to this holiday for a long time. The customers are still pouring into the amphitheater with their admission tickets of bone and bronze. The ushers are showing the crowd to their seats, patricians to the ringside seats, the freedmen to the middle sections, and the ladies way up in the gallery, especially reserved for them. The big show in the arena here this afternoon, of course, is the fight between the gladiators Pugnax, 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 and Moranus, Murranus. That's Pugnax and Moranus. But also on the program is the execution of a family of Nazarenes who will be thrown to the lions. And after that, more contests, games, wild animal hunts, and a whopping big review of the fleet with all hands on deck. To cover these exciting events in Pompeii here today, CBS has special events reporters Ken Roberts down there at the ringside, Michael Fitzmaurice up in the ladies' gallery, lucky dog, Cameron Blake at the entrance to the arena, John Daly out in the bay with the fleet, and yours truly, Jackson Beck, perched up here in our CBS observation booth overlooking the whole amphitheater, right up near the gods themselves. And speaking of gods, I'll wager most of them are sitting right up on top of old Mount Vesuvius out there, sipping their nectar, savoring their ambrosia, and enjoying the fine spectacle right along with us poor mortals. Yeah. My calm, cool technician, Philip Airhorn, tells me that Ken Roberts is ready to introduce some of the celebrities who are here today, so we'll switch you to Ken Roberts down there at the ringside. What it is. On the dais, the seat of honor for our noted guest today, there is the Senator Lavinius Regulus, the former city officials Caius Quinicius Valgas and Marcus Porcius, the banker M. Cadrius Marcellus, and of course the Aedile Proculus Proprius, one of the leading magistrates of Pompeii, through whose personal courtesy this spectacle honoring the deity has been arranged. The Aedile is very popular with the people. Yes, indeed, Your Honor, Pompeii is one of the most delightful summer resorts in the whole Roman Empire. Of course. But the cool winds aren't blowing today. What's wrong? By Jove, 'tis a marvelous day. All honor to the Roman fleet and to my excellent friend, the Admiral Pliny the Elder. Ah, my good people, would that you were with us on this magnificent occasion. Join with us on this day of joy. Never has Pompeii been so honored. Your Honor, do you think the heat will affect the match between Pugnax and Moranus? Not a bit. The heat, I vow, is most unusual. Certainly all the world has heard of the salubrious, the exhilarating climate of our fair city of Pompeii. Naturally, but what about... Yes, today is very unusual. Statius, noble author, has said, and I quote him, all things conspire to make life pleasant in Pompeii, where the summers are cool and the winters warm, and where the sea dies away gently as it kisses the shore. By Jupiter, that's well said. Don't you think so? I do, Your Honor. And for the truth, I vow, would that every Roman could enjoy our exquisite weather. And I say to all of them, come to Pompeii. Yes, come to the biggest little colony in the Roman Empire. Yes, Your Honor. Enjoy our entertainments, our baths. They are without equal. But, Your Honor, what about the earthquake that caused so much damage 2 years ago? Yes, most unusual. But we are rebuilding. By Jove, that earthquake was truly a blessing from the gods, I say. For upon the old, we are setting up the new. Come, everyone. Come and live life to its fullest among the pleasures of Pompeii. I love you all. Your Honor, whom do you favor in the main contest this afternoon, Pugnax or Moranus? As sponsor of the event, it would be injudicious for me to take sides. But by Jupiter, I do favor Moranus. And I placed a small wager with the senator on the goal. But I'm impartial. May the strongest man win. Thank you, Proculus. Thank you. Another well-known personality on the dais is the famous comedian and buffoon Horconius Rufus. Rufus, who is that divine goddess who accompanied you into the amphitheater?
By my troth, that is no divine goddess. That is she to whom I am wedded.
Rufus, what is the the title of the performance you're now giving at the theater?
Why, we are doing Preface to Dr. Thrown Out. But today is a Roman holiday. Today we do not wear the mask and wig. No talk of the theater now. Let us enjoy this wonderful spectacle. And in truth, I am so glad to be here. Really, I'm awfully glad to be here. You know. A most curious event occurred to me on my way to the amphitheater today.
Oh, really? Would you tell us about it?
I'd be very glad to tell you about it. I was being carried in my litter past the forum. Forum? That's another name for a meeting of my wife's dear family conferring on the problem of how to squander my wealth. I was being carried past the forum, and there I saw this unusual spectacle. It seems that a slave was carrying an umbrella for his master. Suddenly, the slave stopped walking, and his master continued on out from under the umbrella, and by the gods, he did not get wet. No? No, for by Jupiter flew the it wasn't raining.
Tell me, Rufus, are you wagering on today's contest?
Oh, forsooth I am, Burley, I am. I shall wager 2 talents on Parknax and 2 talents on Marinus.
But that way you'll only break even.
The confirmation's about me to be wished, for indeed I can use the money. I say now, who will take these wages? You, Your Honor. What you say?
Thank you, Oconee and Rufus. The purpose of just time is announcing the entrance of the gladiators in the arena. For a description of the procession of gladiators, we return you to Jackson Beck up at the top of the amphitheater. The procession is about to enter the arena from the north portal. I can see the musicians, and behind them, here they come, the gladiators, unarmed, marching in solemn, stately tread into the arena. The crowd is hypnotized by the sight of these men marching slowly to what will certainly be death for many in the ranks. The faces of the gladiators are set in expressions that range from almost inhuman ferocity to utter stoicism. In contrast, the bloodlust of the spectators has charged their faces with almost livid anticipation. All eyes, of course, are on Pugnax and Marinus. Pugnax looks surprisingly young. His body is well-muscled, but not brawny. He looks as lithe as a panther. Marinus, on the other hand, is a picture of savage brutality. His body is covered with hair, and his arms hang from his sides like battle axes. Behind the gladiators, a chariot is bringing up the end of the procession, and chained to the sides of the chariot is that Nazarene family that will be thrown to the lions. There are 3 of them, father, mother, and daughter. The daughter, a girl of about 15. The Nazarenes, you know, are that peculiar sect which of late has been causing so much unrest in the empire since their leader was executed in the Palestine colony by authority of Pontius Pilate. This particular family is well known in Pompeii. The father, Marcus Tullius, was formerly a member of the priesthood of Isis. The prisoners are marching with their heads thrown high, faces that reflect a strange, mystical kind of ecstasy. Now the gladiators have reached the dais. And now the procession is starting its march back out of the arena, which is fairly large, measuring about 400 feet in length and 300 in width. And now Mike Fitzmaurice is waiting to interview another celebrity down in the ladies' gallery. So let's go down there and see who it is. Here at our CBS microphone with me is one of the most beautiful and famous women in all the empire.
Angel.
A favorite of the emperor, the celebrated entertainer, the delightful Umbresia Januaria. Januaria, what brings you from Rome to Pompeii?
The heat, by Lucifer, is murderous in Rome.
Hard, huh?
Like a baker's oven, but Pompeii is worse. It is like Hades, but no matter. I would travel through brimstone to the ends of the empire to watch Marinus battle. Magnificent, magnificent Marinus.
Your staying here at your villa, of course.
Hardly a villa, Angel. Nearly 15 chambers and an atrium and a peristyle of only 84 columns. Just a modest little place, but away from the city. When will this contest begin? It's simply stifling in this gallery, and these women, they smell abundantly of the farm. Gloria, move that fan faster, girl. Move it. Move it.
I noticed you're wearing your hair up this summer, Januaria. Is that the latest fashion in Rome?
Yes, the Empress styled it. Do you approve?
It's very attractive with the ringlets piled high on the head that way.
Angel.
By the way, how is the Empress?
Lovely. She gets more beautiful as she grows older.
So I hear. I see you're wearing your robe in stola fashion, almost to the ground.
Yes, you like the sandals? They're more popular than booties this year among the better class of women. Gloria, move that fan faster, or I'll jab you with this hairpin. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, and the earrings of worked gold are also being worn.
That's very interesting. Who do you like in the big contest today, Januaria? Pugnax or Morenus?
Morenus. By Apollo, there is a man. Muscles like granite boulders.
Have you seen him fight before?
Many times. Nobody lunges a triton into his opponent's belly more magnificently than he. I remember the last time he fought. It was against the Saxon. Why, he skewered him with the agility of a fawn dancing on a buttercup. The man is a veritable mountain of Vesuvius.
Thank you, Umbricia Januaria. Now over to Ken Roberts, who has moved from the days to the freedman section. Standing beside me in the freedman section is one of those famous gladiators of all time. A man whose name and glorious career is known to all of you. A man who really needs no introduction. The champion of champions, one of the few gladiators ever to retire undefeated from the list. A former slave, but discharged with honor. And now a freedman and a Roman citizen. Detriades of Macedonia. Greetings. Well, what have you been doing since your retirement, Detriades?
Oh, I've become an innkeeper. My inn is at the sign of the Wild Dog. At the Herculaneum Gate. I have a very fine inn.
I'm sure it is. Who is your favorite today, Pugnax or Morenus?
Both are knaves, I vow.
They don't compare with the gladiators of your time?
Why, Zeus, in my time, they would not be fed to the lions. In the good old days...
Thank you, Detriades. The trumpet is sounding. The big fight is ready to start. So over to Jackson Beck in the observation booth for a blow-by-blow description of this great contest. Now the fighters have reached the large ring drawn on the floor of the arena by the ringmaster. They must battle within the confines of that circle. Now they're in the circle. Battle has begun. A tense air of expectancy has come over the crowd. All eyes are on the combatants. The two fighters are circling, measuring each other, cautious, careful. Morenus has taken up a position in the center of the circle. Pugnax slowly walking around him. Neither fighter's yet made a move. Pugnax plunges with his sword, but Morenus steps aside with the agility of a deer. Pugnax quickly recovers. His eyes never moving from that met in his opponent's right hand. They circle again. Pugnax punches again and he misses. And the impetus of his stroke has thrown him forward. There goes the net, and he's trapped. Pugnax is in the net. He's smashing him out like a wild animal. Morenus approaches. His face is burning with a deadly eagerness. Now he raises his titan. He has pinned Pugnax to the ground. The wounded gladiator is still fighting. He's still trying to get out of that net. Blood is gushing from the wound in his hide. And now Pugnax drops his hand suddenly in a token of defeat. Morenus steps back. Pugnax lifting his hands now toward the crowd. He's asking for pity, for mercy. The men want cold steel, but the women, look at those women. They'll not let Pugnax die, not young, virile, handsome Pugnax. The 8-aisle signal comes up. Life and mercy for the fallen Pugnax. Listen to those frenzied shrieks of those women. Morenus, snarling disappointment, is stepping back. He lowers his titan, sneers, scowls, but he must stand back. Now the attendants are rushing into the arena to carry out the wounded Pugnax. Morenus salutes the crowd with a clenched fist. Now he's walking from the field. Well, that was a short fight. Rather disappointing to the crowd. The execution of the Nazarenes is the next event. The lions will be led into the arena in a moment, so over to Cameron Blake at the arena entrance. The lions are being let out of their cages now. There the cage doors being opened. Here come the lions. They're passing through a barred passageway into the arena. There are 8 lions. These beasts have been starved for 48 hours. They are hungry, vicious, panting for the taste of flesh. Here come the Nazarenes from the dungeons. Marcus Tullius, his wife and daughter. They're practically naked. The guards are bringing them up. Marcus holds his wife's hand in his own as if to give her strength and courage. The woman is leading
leaning on her daughter, a beautiful child of 15. They're comforting each other. Marcus Tullius, will you speak to us?
I will pray for you, my son.
This is a bitter end for a former priest of Isis.
When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things.
Are you quoting the words of your leader?
These are the words of Paul, of sacred memory. It was he who converted us in Rome. It was he who...
Trumpets are sounding. Guards are pushing the three Nazarenes into the arena. They're trying to embrace. The mother is faint and courageous. She does not weep. Daughter and husband support her. The old man is praying aloud. They're brave, these Nazarenes. Here comes the iron gate, closing the way into the arena. There is no escape for them now. Back to Jackson Beck in the observation booth.
The Nazarenes are alone in the arena now with the lions. They're standing together. Their lips are moving in prayer. Now the animals have sighted them. They're bounding forward. They're ready. What in the world is that? How the heck? Why, God, it's Vesuvius! Mount Vesuvius has exploded! The whole mountain is on fire! Vesuvius is erupting! Flashes like lightning are coming from the peak. The air has suddenly become black with smoke and fire. The amphitheater here has been thrown into a panic. People are fleeing toward the exit, trampling each other in a wild frenzy to get out. Men and women are tearing at each other, climbing over one another. The people are jumping, falling into the arena. The lions are loose among them. This is horrible. The cloud of smoke is becoming denser. Very dense. I can hardly see anything. The smoke. The people are in a...
This is CBS in Rome. The special Navy Day broadcast from Pompeii this 26th of August in the year 79 has been interrupted because of transmission difficulties. Just before the failure occurred, Jackson Beck reported from the amphitheater that Mount Vesuvius, just outside the city of Pompeii, had suddenly exploded. We are trying to reestablish contact with Pompeii. Meanwhile, we invite you to listen to one of the Emperor Titus's favorite singers, Marcia Campagna, singing Be Love the Pearl. Speaking. We have just received word this 26th of August in the year 79 from Naples confirming the fact that Mount Vesuvius has erupted and Pompeii, the most beautiful resort city in this time of the Caesars, is on fire. One moment, please. Another report has just been handed to me. The town of Herculaneum, 8 miles west of Pompeii and on the western slope of Vesuvius, has also been inundated with a flood of fiery mud. CBS will do its best to provide the fullest possible coverage of this sudden and completely unexpected catastrophe this 26th day of August in the year 79, the first year of the reign of the Emperor Titus. Fortunately, we were broadcasting from Pompeii when Vesuvius exploded. Our CBS mobile unit was at the amphitheater, and we may be able to reestablish contact with it again. John Daly, aboard the fleet in the Bay of Naples, is equipped with a shortwave transmitter, and just a moment, I have just been informed that John Daly is ready to broadcast from the Roman Imperial Fleet. So over to John Daly.
This is John Daly on the deck of Admiral Plini's flagship, the Augustus Rex. Vesuvius has exploded. Pompeii has disappeared under an inferno of flaming rock and a hail of scalding fiery steam. We can't see anything but flame and smoke rising above shattered Pompeii. The crew of the Admiral's ship have begun to launch barges to head for Pompeii to rescue any inhabitants that may reach the beaches. The Admiral himself has gone ashore and I hope to be able to board one of the barges with my shortwave equipment shortly and get to the beach. The terrible catastrophe came without warning to us on the fleet out here in the bay. It was just past noon Roman time. As you heard the broadcast of the gladiatorial contest, we out here heard a terrific roar. We all turned to look and saw Vesuvius on fire. A tremendous column of smoke was shooting up from the summit, a cloud-like mass that burst upwards and outwards like a huge pine tree. It burned fiery red in spots, and in other spots it was black, blue, violet, all the colors of the rainbow. Huge chunks of rock and earth were tossed about in the air like pebbles, and everywhere a torrent of blazing embers was flying off into space. For a few seconds, this entire ghastly mass seemed suspended in the sky, and then, like a fiery blanket, it fell upon Pompeii and nearby Herculaneum. Wait just a moment. The barge on which I'm going ashore is ready. I'll try to get back on the air when I reach the beach. This is John Daly. I return you to CBS Row.
This is Harry Marble in Rome this August 26th in the year 79. Our CBS mobile unit, which was at the amphitheater in Pompeii, broadcasting the Navy Day spectacle when Mount Vesuvius erupted, has succeeded in re-establishing contact. So we switch you now to Jackson Beck, somewhere in Pompeii.
This is Jackson Beck. I hope I'm getting through. I'm in the partly soundproof CBS mobile unit moving slowly along Stabian Street, passing the new Temple of Jupiter. You can probably hear the sound of the unit wheels and the steady thump of cinders, rock, and flaming ash on the top. Outside, through the windows, I can see people screaming and shouting. Buildings are burning and crashing in flames. Ken Roberts is in the mobile unit with me, so is Mike Fitzmaurice. But we don't know what has become of Cameron Blake. We lost track of him when the panic started at the gladiatorial combat. We're making our way as fast as we can through the beaches, but the going is slow, tortuously slow. The roads are jammed with thousands of escaping men, women, and children. They're all trying to get in here with us. It's pitch black outside, almost like night. Some people are carrying torches. By their eerie light, the horrified faces on the road are silhouetted with stark, wild fear. This is the first tragedy in the reign of the Roman Emperor Titus, who was crowned only 2 months ago. The smoke is intense. Most people have thrown their tunics over their heads and are trying to crawl as close to the ground as possible, trying to get under the murk. Smoke. Now, wait a minute. That sound on the roof of our mobile unit. Yes, I can see it now. It's rain. It's beginning to rain. The rain is mixing with the ashes and embers. The road outside is becoming a hissing, scalding, searing, flaming inferno. Excuse me. The steam and smoke is leaking through. It's unbearably hot. I can't talk. Perhaps Ted Roberts will fish. So they're coughing too, waving their hands. Oh, we can't continue. We can't. I return you to CBS Rome. CBS Rome.
This is Harry Marble in Rome. A report from Misenum says that the estimated deaths are at least 2,000. The Admiral of the Fleet, Pliny the Elder, is missing. Our reporter, Cameron Blake, has succeeded in re-establishing contact. Go ahead, Cameron Blake. This is Cameron Blake. I'm in a room filled with people who have sought refuge from the steady falling downpour of flaming ash, which is continuing to pour from the angry open mouth of Vesuvius and is swiftly reducing this once beautiful summer colony of Pompeii to smoking ruins. This looks like the last day of Pompeii. The Pompeians are almost insensible with fear. Those of us here escaped the amphitheater through a side entrance to the dungeons where the lions were kept. As we ran through the streets, we stumbled over the dead and the dying. The scene was a holocaust. There was a madness about it all. A rich merchant stumbling along with whatever treasures he could salvage from his wrecked and burning house, beads and baubles around his neck, money bags clutched to his waist. Behind him, his slaves carried a smoldering litter. We passed a young boy and girl clutched tightly together, dead. Somebody just shouted, the roof is on fire. I've got to get out of here fast. This is Cameron Blake. The exit is close. We're trapped. There's absolutely no chance for escape. The smoke and heat are unbearable.
before the roof is collapsing. Starting to come down.
This is Harry Marble again. The signal from Pompeii has failed. We have only one last recourse now for any news from the burning city, and that is John Daly reporting from the beach by way of the Navy transmitter aboard the fleet. Go ahead, John Daly.
August 26, 79 A.D. Mount Vesuvius erupts and Pompeii dies.
You have been listening to The Last Day of Pompeii, another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Last Day of Pompeii was written by Irv Kunick. Next week,
June 22nd, 1757. Clive of India wins the Battle of Plassey. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.